This Tuesday, December 17th, Board of County Commissioner meetings to order. And I would like to start by having Chaplain Milton Smith from the Palm Harbor Fire Rescue come and say a prayer, and then if Commissioner Flowers would lead us in the pledge afterwards, please stand.
First of all, thank you, Board of County Commissioners, for allowing me to do the invocation today. Let us bow our heads and pray. Lord, we come to you today with a heart full of gratitude. We're grateful for this new day. We're grateful for bringing us through the many challenges of 2024. You have blessed us to be here in this moment of time. We're grateful for the resiliency that you have blessed Pinellas County to have, the strength of its residents and returning visitors, the beauty of the sunshine that it reflects upon the Gulf waters, as well as the rain and the beautiful rainbows. The cool breeze and the heat are all wonders of your works. We ask that you will continue to bless Pinellas County, a great place to live, work, worship, and play. Bless this Pinellas County Board of Commissioners as they have the task and the responsibility to govern such a wonderful place. Grant them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding as they make important decisions. May the choices be for the good of all people. We pray for the county staff, field workers, and those who keep us safe. We ask that you bless the first responders, law enforcement officers, firefighters. Be present with them at all times. Bless this season of giving, of love, of family, of peace, and of joy as we enter the new year. We ask all these blessings in your glorious Son's name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we get started, I want to thank all of our sheriff's deputies that are here today. We have Tom Manley, Mike Winnick, and Jim Butterfield who are here, and we are just so grateful for the service that they provide us and to our citizens here in Pinellas County, and I just wanted to recognize them. With that, we're going to move to Barry for a storm update.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As you're aware, Pinellas County remains under a state of local emergency. A lot of that has to do with the ongoing daily recovery efforts. Today, staff's going to go over the specifics of our recovery efforts and the partnerships that we continue to work. Recovery remains our top priority, and we're directing all of our resources to the impacted area. This impacts housing, infrastructure, whole community, economic and workforce services, and our natural resources. We know that so many of our residents and local families are still struggling. They're struggling to get back to their life, and we're doing everything that we can to meet them where they're at with compassion and understanding for their situation. Where available, we're sharing resources and program information. We know it's not enough, but we know that future programs from state and federal government will likely take place, but some of these will take time to implement. So we want to assure you that our residents that our team's doing everything we can to find more help, find more resources, and we're going to continue those efforts until we get through this. At the moment, you're going to receive an update on a new hurricane home repair program that we're launching next week, as well as on substantial damage assessment progress report to date and on storm debris. Our main focus in the coming weeks is going to be the final pass of residential storm debris collection in the unincorporated areas, continuing to implement the substantial damage process, and connecting our displaced residents with housing options and resources from the state and federal government. Implementing a new home repair program will continue to help provide options for people, and we're also monitoring state and federal grant monies that may be available. Again, I want to recognize our dedicated workforce and many of our partner agencies that have come to help us on these ongoing efforts over the last 3 months. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Kathy Perkins, who's going to provide an update by the numbers, followed by storm debris with Jill, and then Kevin and Bruce will talk about the substantial damage and housing options. Kathy?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we did an update. We looked at the numbers that we had for the damages from preliminary damage assessment before we reported this out by parcel. So we've done a deeper dive and looked at how many households were within those parcels. We had 807 that were marked as destroyed and 22,868 that had major damage. When doing that analysis, they discovered that about 2,000 of our single-family homes actually were impacted by both storms. So very hard on these residents, not just once, but for some of them twice. We've had 1,100 businesses impacted for both Helene and Milton with $136 million in damages. We know that to date, there's been over 90 ribbon-cutting events along the beach businesses that have reopened. So that's great news to hear that there are businesses that have been able to reopen. But we know this is going to continue to be a challenge for many of them. And our Economic and Workforce Services Recovery Support Function group and the partners continue to host job fairs and hold support groups to help businesses determine what their next steps are. One of the state contractors is actually partnering with the county and municipalities to assess critical infrastructure and also to identify mitigation projects that could be included in disaster funding. So we'll be continuing to look at what funding streams become available to help us with our economic revitalization. As of 12/14, we've had 273,900 people within our community apply to FEMA for individual assistance. And those deadlines are coming up fast. On January 7th, those programs will close out. So I really want to stress to anybody that may be in need or have a future need for assistance that they do sign up for FEMA assistance. The Department of Children and Families held a disaster supplemental nutrition assistance program, that's also known as DSNAP, in Pinellas County, and they did that via phone and in person down at the Tropicana. They received over 34,000 applications, and they approved over 29,000 applications for people that needed assistance. These were primarily people that lost food in their refrigerators and things like that during the two storms. For crisis cleanup, we continue to identify our voluntary organizations active in disaster who can help people in the community that may still need different resources. Maybe some people still need help with cleaning up. And our Health and Human Services Recovery Support Function is holding community sessions and surveying healthcare providers, and they held a community resource session early in December, and they'll do another one in January. Again, to make sure that all of our partners out in the community know what services are available as people reach out. Our last comfort station that we had out in the community in Madeira Beach closed as of December 15th. In total, more than 14 comfort stations were operational around the county, providing services such as cooling, device charging, laundry, hot showers, and recovery information. Our logistics personnel are still working over 40 missions across the county, including temporary police and fire stations for Treasure Island, fencing, generators, bypass pumps, sand and debris removal, and personnel to support assessments, permitting, and guidance on historical structures. We actually have a cultural and natural resources recovery support function that's been meeting really just to look at how all of our historical properties, our museums, our parks, different entities like that have been impacted. And again, how can we come back stronger? In terms of our housing assistance, the state and FEMA continue to support residents with disaster housing. The state offers a non-congregate sheltering assistance program focusing on short-term placement and transitioning disaster survivors into longer-term housing. Displaced survivors can apply for the state program at hopeflorida.com or by calling Hope Florida at 833-438-4673. And again, all this information is on our website at disaster.pinellas.gov. FEMA has approved Pinellas County for direct program assistance. So this is that longer-term assistance up to 18 months. So what they do is they look at property management companies who can help find rentals, and they are also looking at the placement of travel trailers and mobile homes in our communities. They're currently working with 12 different property management companies around the county to help find those rental apartments. And they're also working with our municipalities and residents to place travel trailers where it's feasible. They have 6 commercial mobile home parks that they've identified, and they just entered into a lease agreement with one of them. So that way, they'll be able to place travel trailers in slabs that were open, and all the hookups and everything are already there. And we're currently, the county has a weekly meeting with all the state and FEMA to discuss concerns and progress, and we bring in the municipalities because all of those permits will be issued at a municipal level. The state has 324 people in their non-congregate shelter hotel program, and FEMA has approximately 3,400 households in Pinellas that are in hotels. So we're continuing to work with them. They will call back people that have applied and qualified for different FEMA programs. They assess what their needs are, and then they'll continue to work with them as they progress through their journey. And I highly want to tell people that if you apply to FEMA, you need to make sure that if there's any changes in your housing or living situation, that you provide them with that update. We know that some people may have been couch surfing at friends, or maybe they were able to stay somewhere temporarily. If they find that they're going to need assistance, it's really important that they let FEMA know. And also, maybe they haven't needed housing assistance, but when they start to make repairs on their home or when they elevate their home, they might need a place to stay. So getting into FEMA's system is very helpful to be able to identify resources for them. The county has launched the Safe Home Inspection Program. It's initiated for the unincorporated area, and that will allow an assessment and for minor repairs so that way residents can continue to live in their homes. And people that live in our cities can check their websites for more information. Several of our cities are also launching similar programs. The state of Florida is launching a mitigation program for elevations, buyouts, and repairs. And residents can sign up to receive information at floridadisaster.org/subscription-topics. And we'll have that information on our website as well. I also have the flyer up here, so I don't know if you guys can display that on the screen. And we know that this can be very overwhelming, right? There's a lot of different choices that have to be made, whether you're a business owner or a homeowner or a landlord. And we want to try to make it easier so people can understand the information that's available. And what's out there, what may be coming down the road. As the county administrator mentioned, there may be more federal programs and state programs that are turned on, funding operations. A lot of these are not really quick. It's not like there's a bucket of money that we can just give to people right now. So as these programs become available and we learn more about what the requirements are, we'll make all that information available to the public. Right now, the key thing is for people to apply for FEMA individual assistance by January 7th. Even if you haven't needed that assistance to date, in the future, you might. So I want to make sure that people have that there. You need to stay in touch with FEMA, and you can also register for the Small Business Association disaster loans. And the reason that this is critical is that many of these grant programs may require the resident to pay upfront and then they'll get reimbursed, or it may also require a match. So for people that may not have a lot of funding readily available, the SBA can offer those low-interest disaster loans. And I know they're not funded yet, but it is on the radar to be done at the federal level. You can get the best updates on information on county programs at our website at disaster.pinellas.gov. The County Information Center is still open right now, at least through January 3rd. We want to make sure that people have a location to call in if they do have questions. And our communications department will continue to push out important information and coordinate with the city partners on messaging where appropriate. With that, I'll turn it over to Jill.
Do you have a question? Commissioner Scott, wait, Kathy, don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you again, Kathy. Hope you've caught up on your sleep by now. So did you say, if I heard you right, FEMA has 3,600 people in hotels? Was that?
I think it's 4,300. Hold on.
I thought you said 3,400.
That is, I did. I said 3,400. You're right.
Okay. So how does that work? Is FEMA paying for that 100?
Yes. Yeah, so FEMA contracts with the hotels directly, and when they identify somebody who is identified for the Temporary Shelter Assistance Program, TSA, they'll place them in that hotel, and then when the person no longer needs it, they'll check out. And then what FEMA's doing now is for people that are in the hotels, is they're following up with them to see what their plan is as they move forward. So some people may have found alternate locations, some people may need continued assistance from FEMA.
And that's for up to 6 months?
Yes. And then the direct housing program is for up to 18 months. So FEMA has in the past and other disasters extended some of these timelines, but for now, that's kind of the timeframe that we go with.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along those same lines, you may have seen this story, but there was a young lady who was housed in a hotel because of the storm. She's still not been able to, it was a young lady and her family, I'm sorry. She's still not been able to get all of the things in place and permitting in order for work to actually start on the home. But she received a letter from FEMA saying that they were going to no longer fund her hotel stay. So are you getting many of those reports? And if you are or are not, whom should she reach out to? Because I believe what she said was she, in fact, reached out to FEMA to say, I'm still here. My house was on the Berry Islands. I still can't get in, so what am I supposed to do? So have you received any other complaints or concerns? And if so, other than going to the local FEMA representatives that are here, because they're still at the Enoch Davis Center, how can she get some assistance perhaps?
So thank you for bringing that to our attention. I have not heard many stories of that. I have heard some, and I try to go through next door. I try to see what's happening out in the community, what people are saying. She did exactly the right thing. So going to the Disaster Recovery Center at the Enoch Center in St. Petersburg, getting that face-to-face interaction. They can also call the FEMA 1-800 line. And if you want to pass along that contact information with me, I will share that with the FEMA representative that we have here, and I can make sure that, so FEMA does have disaster survivor assistance teams out on the street, so we can make sure that they're making contact with them.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that. So any commissioner, like when you hear of a resident or anybody that's having that kind of problem, if we can help you with that, please, if you pass that information to us, we'll make sure that we get that to our FEMA reps.
And my last comment, DSNAP was set up in the parking lot across from Tropicana Field in their parking lot number 1. They were there for a couple of days, huge operation, but they were there for maybe only 3 days. And I was surprised at the number of people who didn't even know that they were there. So is it that they've completely left, or have they just moved to another location?
No, they're done. They did 3 days of online registrations, and then they did 3 days of the in-person.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Lavella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kathy, for everything you've done the past few months, as well as your team. My question was, you mentioned the Elevate Florida website and the mitigation program that they have. What was that website again?
If they go to floridadisaster.org
Okay.
/residential mitigation.
All right.
And we're working with communications to get this flyer put up on our website to help people. Oh, let me put this back. I don't know if I can see the
There it is. Yeah, you can see it there.
bottom. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
They can sign up. They'll send out a newsletter to people to let them know as information comes out. I know that myself and Smita Ambadi also send that out to over 250 residents that had reached out to us in the last couple of months that were interested in doing some type of mitigation. So,
And Commissioners, Kevin Guthrie's really trying to streamline this program, and so we're hopeful that he'll have success. He hasn't, this is a federal program, and so it comes with an extended time period, but he understands the program and he understands the need to shorten those windows and get people back and to where they can make decisions. So more to come, but he really is trying to find ways of taking several steps into single steps and help our residents.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, again, like everybody else, thank you for your team and all that you've done, that includes a lot of our employees. I'm going back to the state program. Is it funded yet, did you say, or is it something that is being worked on as we speak?
so they told us they're going to use FMA, so Flood Mitigation Assistance, SWIFT fund money and hazard mitigation grant program money. I'm actually having a call with them on Friday to pummel them with questions and get as much information about the program as possible. We want to learn more about how they're doing it, so if it's something that we can replicate or piggyback off of in the future. So we want to look at as many different options. We want to understand how they're going to run this process.
We have this nice flow chart that we've developed from Kevin's group, and I'm assuming on this flow chart, there will be this program at some point, because if you're substantially damaged and you get all the way down through the process, and the only alternative is to sell your property or to elevate it, that has to become part of this process. And so that'll get into the next series of questions about where we are with the letters, where we are in the process, how many permits are out there that have been issued, how many are waiting, and because all of this, it backs up to this final step for some people. And so I just want to make sure that I understand that part. Is Kevin in the house?
Kevin's going to go through that, so he's
Okay.
going to go
All
through
right.
that. We're going to talk about a program that we can start and do locally. This is a reference to a program that they're standing up at the state, but clearly the final piece that our residents need to know is what options they have, and that's housing options. And these are going to be, these programs are not quick. Most of them from past hurricanes have required federal appropriations. So you got to go to Congress. There has to be a special appropriation around a program. And as the commissioners pointed out during the legislative process, for us to ask for more from the state, because we know there's going to be state appropriations. So they're standing up what they have with funding that they have, but there's going to be more to come. And some of that's going to be a guess on what they actually stand up and what they pay for. So from a staff standpoint, we're looking at that. We're looking at the lessons learned from Lee County, from Bay County, and what we've seen in other hurricanes, and we're making assumptions, but those are assumptions based upon what came out of those storms. We'll have to see what actually stands up and what is funded through the state and federal programs.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that FEMA's going to have their pause in this as well, so that we're going through the whole process before we get to something like this. I mean, I'm sure somebody's going to be seeking reimbursement for these funds, and I don't know whether it's the federal government or not, but
That's correct.
this process is lengthy, it's timely, it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of frustration, and the elevation of the house really is kind of that last piece, that if you're over the 50% and you can't work your way through all of the different processes that we have in place, then you're then you're at the end of your rope, so to speak. And these programs then kick in, I'm guessing.
These programs could kick in, and what we'd like to be able to show is what is potentially out there. So a resident then can understand, okay, if it's going to take me a year and I'm going to get X amount of money, or it's going to take 3 years, and then they can make choices, about what they want to do. All these, though, are dependent upon state and federal programs being stood up and funded. So we're going to try to provide some guidance on that, but it's going to be guidance based upon assumptions. What actually comes will have to occur within the legislative bodies of both the state and federal government.
In the meantime, we're going to be going through our
We're going to be completing
assessments,
everything.
appeals,
Correct.
all of that.
That's right.
And at the end of it, when it drops out, you have those choices.
But we'd like to help people to where when we get through this process, we can give you a better, at least, estimate of what likely will occur.
Yeah, and that's the process that we really need to, jumpstart and get going.
Staff is working on
yeah.
that, and we'll have the similar flow charts as we move forward.
And just a question on these hotels that are being used for FEMA purposes. Have we, from a staff perspective, or I know we haven't taken action on the bed tax money. Is that the bed taxes, dollars, are those being waived? Or are they being charged through for this purpose as well?
We have no way of doing that, but if it's under the federal government, they probably
It's
don't pay
included. FEMA pays for that.
that. They do.
That's good, but it seems like something that we ought to look at. Again, I'm not trying to take money away from our fund, but on the other hand, these are certain times we got to look at all things. So, okay, thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have right now.
Okay. Any other questions for Kathy? All right, Jill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. Jill Silverboard, County Administration. First update I have for you today is on debris collection and removal. The first pass is complete. We are in our second and final pass, all zones. Public Works has also redeployed all of our teams back out into the field because our goal is to finish all zones, second and final pass before Christmas. So we're down to 1 week for that. That does not include necessarily being able to vacate and clear all of the debris management sites themselves, although that work is also underway. The ICOT location for example, is already finished and clean. Everything's gone. We hope to have all of the debris management sites closed by the middle of January, this coming January. QA/QC is happening. The state has been down. We, as you know, have monitors, but we also have staff that are checking and working on in the field to be sure of what our haulers are collecting and making sure that we're meeting all the rules for FEMA reimbursement, which is critical. As you can imagine, there's new things that show up sometimes, and we are trying to address those on a case-by-case basis. So we're happy to talk with anyone that you get an inquiry on regarding materials that may or may not have been there since the storm, and if they are, we want to do the right thing, make sure we get those cleaned up. As I reported, I think at your last meeting, the placement of all the beach sand that was compatible to be placed back into the dunes areas is complete. We're now cleaning up at Sand Key Park, get that park reopened as soon as the sand operation and mission is completely wrapped up there. I do want to point out, you may have seen this, but we will be starting a dune planting project in early '25, also trying to stabilize at least what is there as we continue to seek solutions through the state and the feds. We do have 3 regional parks that remain closed or partially closed. Those are Fort DeSoto, Lake Seminole, and Sand Key, which I just mentioned will be reopening soon. Portions of Fort DeSoto have reopened. That includes the boat ramp and the entrance causeway. And we have a lot of work left to do at Lake Seminole Park. As you may recall, that one was particularly hard hit as a result of losing Lake Seminole in the first storm. So we are also working with our partners out on the beaches to reopen our beach parks and clear those of sand. Some of those still have sand. The park with the most damage is actually our park in Madeira Beach, right on Gulf Boulevard. And I was by there last week. It looks terrible. Lots of infrastructure damage. We lost the seawall at that property. Not to mention the things that you can see, obviously fencing and full of sand and some other things. But we're working with the city, so they're aware that we've got a lot of work yet to do at that location. I also wanted to quickly update you on utilities in terms of the financial assistance that we have available for our public utility customers. We have waived all late fees, all delinquent account deactivations have been suspended. Since October through January 1, we opened a registry on October the 7th, and it's going to remain open until March the 1st of 2025 to allow customers to sign up in the registry for assistance programs. They will vary depending on the circumstances of the customer themselves. Right now, we have a little over 1,100 customers have registered. And I know that you are receiving concerns from many of our customers about the total of the bills. I think that a couple of things, we do have payment alternatives. We are, as I said, waiving fees. We're going to be offering credit in certain instances. And we are acknowledging things, for example, like pool refills. So the challenge for you and for us as staff is we don't control all of the portions of those bills in cities where we are not their sanitary sewer provider. So you'll remember Treasure Island, St. Pete Beach, we lost pressure. We decided very early on after Hurricane Helene that we knew that we were going to have some consumptive charges that we would waive because we had to literally go property by property. But we're not their sewer provider. So I don't know if the cities may have had sewer rate increases that went into effect right in the middle of all of this. But you know, there are lots of reasons, and each situation is a little bit different. So we do encourage everyone to come to the registry at the utilities customer portal. They can call us, they can go online or email us to do that.
If and we had several commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Peters, for sending some of that to us. And so staff's going through that and looking at these individual bills.
Yep.
There's lots of different situations. One person, they believe that their damage was caused because when we buried utilities with sand, as they pushed it off Gulf Boulevard, when we come back to clear the sand, we pulled out, you know, the utility line that's attached to a lateral, and so now they say their lateral's damaged. So we're going to have to get into each individual situation. I guess the commitment is that we'll look at those individual situations. We understand we've got training to do at the customer service standpoint. It's the person that answers the phone, isn't Jeremy, you know, and so we've got to make a connection there about how to take those in, how to do the assessment, and then give proper credits where credit is due. There are some things that people don't understand, like, you know, it's an availability fee. When we modified our rates, we used to have 2,000 gallon minimum. Doesn't matter because we have a lot of snowbirds. And so it was 2,000 gallon minimum. That said that pays for maintaining the fire suppression system and the basics of the line, whether you use any water or not. When we changed that, it was an availability fee. And then most people saved money off of that if you are low water users based upon that. But now they're seeing this fee, and so they have questions about that. So there's lots of situations. Forward those to us. We'll get them over to staff. And the main thing is to call our customer service number, give us a chance to try to either explain or resolve the situation, and then we can deal, you know, if people aren't happy as a result. Okay.
I believe Kevin, I think Kevin's, oh, I'm sorry.
Quick, would you, I mean, if you said this, I'm sorry I missed it. Do you have a sense of a percentage of our accounts that are being looked at?
No, I did not provide you a metric on that because we know that the count in the registry right now is a little over 1,100 customers, so that they're definitely being reviewed. But as you continue to receive, or we continue to receive those inquiries, we're going to be continuing, that number will go up.
And I think the same thing with the debris stuff. I mean, I've been getting some calls. I go to some areas and I just call in the streets and the addresses, because some places you won't have one person that chirps or says anything because they just don't. Yeah. But yet you can see the stuff. I've seen it for 2 months now. Mm-hmm. If we're not hearing from places, that doesn't necessarily mean we don't have a problem. I'm assuming we've got eyes out there that are going through some of these streets.
Yeah, we're actually redriving everything. Public Works staff is redriving all the zones, all the streets, all the locations, regardless of the collection piece of that, just for documentation. We're also using dash cams to be able to document, you know, what we saw and when we saw it. So that we're able to, you know, have at least some evidence that, you know, we were there and here's the date and here's what we saw, and then the truck came back with what didn't happen.
Well,
that's why we want to finish this by Christmas, because otherwise
there can be more
July
stuff.
4th.
There can be more stuff, but there can also be that they didn't get the first pass. Mm-hmm. So
that's correct.
You have to be flexible and err on the side of, oh well.
We do.
Which I think we have been.
We have a lot of, and we've talked about this. We have black bags that are out there. We've said to separate it. What do we do with them? Okay, but the FEMA monitors are monitoring the exact way in which we're handling these, and we're actually going through an audit right now to where they began to audit the processes that we use. So, but we do want to err on the side, even if we have to pay for that. But we've also had lawn furniture and everything else that comes out, and you know, spring cleanings or I guess fall cleanings. But you know, there's a lot of situations. If you get those to us, they'll look at each individual situation, because some of them are legitimate, and we want to go back and address it. Some of them aren't, and we can't. And so, and we had one, recently, it's like, work with your hauler, and the hauler's not taking it because it was too heavy or whatever. Well, we've also went back on the solid waste side and said, haulers, come on, work with us, work with our residents to be able to clean their place up. And so there's lots of, and so we're pushing the haulers to work with us too, and work with our residents. We're gonna do kind of all the above and try to get this cleaned up.
Thank you.
Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I remember, right after the storms, the governor's office gave counties a 90-day window for debris pickup. That, if I remember correctly, that pushes it to sometime in January? Is that correct?
That's correct. But when Milton hit, they combined the storms for purposes of that, so we actually are getting a little more than 90 days when all is said and done. They extended it, and it is in early 2025.
So,
That's for
we'll be-
100% reimbursement.
We'll be done.
So we'll be safely done
Yes.
or finished by then?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that the 3 county parks will be opening soon, Fort DeSoto, Sand Key, and I forgot the third one. Do we have a date that's a goal yet, or is it?
So Sand Key, we expect to, we hope to be able to reopen by the new year.
Okay.
Fort DeSoto, we are working really hard to open the, I'm not sure what the correct term is. It's not for the RV parking or for the vehicle parking parts of the campground, but people who are actually in tents.
Some of the primitive camping.
Primitive campsites. We do have one of those circles that's, we're getting really close. We're really close to opening East Beach. So we're trying to make those areas safe and then make sure that we can cordon off the things that aren't for seawall repairs that are going to take months. We're not going to hold the entire park, until some of those things are done. But we don't have great dates. Sand Key is close. Parts of Fort DeSoto are close, including the pier. And as I mentioned, though, Lake Seminole Park, we still have a tremendous lot of tree debris, vegetative debris to clear there, so it's going to be later. And then the Madeira Beach Park, Beachfront Park, is going to be probably, I'm hoping we can have that done by Memorial Day.
Commissioner, we have contractors in helping, so we're not just trying to do
Right.
this with internal crews. We're trying to get these parks open as quickly as we can.
Right. So my last question has to do with the FEMA monitors. Do we expect them to be here for the next couple months? Like after January 20th?
For debris?
Yes, ma'am, like at the debris sites?
No. Once the debris mission is closed, then we actually hire the monitor, the FEMA-approved monitor. So it's really within our purview. So as we close those sites and we close the debris collection mission, then we will actually be paring that down. We'll be stepping it down before
As we
then.
close out ours, then it'll go back to
Okay.
landfill operations.
So there's no concern with one administration coming in January and a new FEMA administrator potentially coming with new, guidelines that are different than what we currently have?
I wouldn't
that
think
we're-
so. I mean, we're going through an audit now, but that audit is the process that we've used to do the collection. So they're making sure we use the monitors, and that we have documentation by address on who's coming through and where it comes from. And so it's a paper audit.
Okay.
We'll be largely finished, so we hope not.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jill. Did you say Madeira Beach Park by Memorial Day?
I'm sorry?
Did you say Memorial Day for Madeira Beach Park? Wow.
I said, I hope before Memorial Day.
Can we get the sand out by sooner?
Yeah, so it'll be a step-down process, just like we're using at Fort DeSoto. Part of it is getting the engineering designs done on those seawall repairs. So we may have portions of the park or other things completed well in advance of that. We hope to. But that was just me making a stab. I would hope it'll be sooner than that.
So you'll open up what we can, but,
Correct.
okay, got it. On the debris, all completed by Christmas, does that include yard debris and vegetative debris as well?
That's the goal.
Okay, all right, good. I had a lot of people ask me about that, so.
Okay, so I know you said you were going to do training for the people on the phone. So I called them today, and they had no idea what I was talking about. So we need to do a lot of training with them on the phone. And she said that that registration was strictly for pools and lakes. And so I think we got a lot more work to do on getting them to answer the phone. And I have not gotten that response that I should be giving to people. I took one that Jeremy had sent to somebody and kind of doctored it, but if I could get that language.
So Barbara will work on that. Nori's here. Where's Nori at?
Lori's over there. No,
There she is.
yeah,
We just met this
we
morning.
met this morning, so.
Okay, so I just haven't gotten it yet, so I'll get it. Don't worry, she doesn't have to come up,
So
it's fine.
Nori's on that. They completely agree. They'll work with communications. But the idea, Nori, is so commissioners, when they get these complaints, what information can they send out, right?
Yeah. And so I do have them calling, but if they called today, they're going to be upset.
Yeah.
So we'll be hearing from them again. So hopefully maybe tomorrow we can get that training going pretty quickly because it didn't go well today.
Okay, get the right scripts in place.
Thank you.
Good information. Thank you.
Any other questions for Jill, Commissioner
Just one
Eggers?
other question. We have 3 items on the consent today for a grant funding agreement for Debbie, Helene, and Milton. It looks like, I don't know, 20, in the millions, 20s and 30 millions. Are these funds that are ones that we are putting in because it's passed the FEMA test at our debris sites? These are for debris clearance, some damages to properties, to
It's
14,
this
15, and
is-
16.
Yeah, 15, 16, or 14, 15.
Yeah, 14,
Yeah.
15, and 16 are the
16.
3.
And these are a combination, but Chris, go ahead and go over this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. Those are my items. Those are Office of Management. That is the process that we follow. So when the storms come, we enter into an agreement with Florida Department of Emergency Management. They then enter into FEMA. Comes back down. This is the formal ratification effectively. It's not a ratification. It's the first time you've seen it. But this is the process that emergency management follows in every case, and this is
What
our-
is the funding for?
The funding is for everything. It's not just debris. It is everything that we think is going to happen.
Damage and to county property, damage to,
All categories of FEMA reimbursement, everything.
So far. So what is that total? I mean, I'm seeing 3 different things and all kinds
Yeah.
of numbers.
96 million is what those 3,
Okay.
and that's going to change, but that's our best guess right now. So that is what we know.
debris,
What we expect.
overtime, lost sheriff vehicle, you can, a
mean,
lot of the items are within this.
Essentially, dollars that we've fronted
We
in
have
some
fronted.
way.
That's correct.
Taxpayer dollars that we're hoping to get money back to offset
Yes, sir.
the things that our residents have gone through. And the misery of dealing with all the FEMA stuff, and some of this stuff is getting back in the coffers. Now, it takes a long time, I'm sure to get it back, but.
Yep. We are getting some of the debris fronted to us early. We've already got that in and approved by FEMA, and we appreciate them doing that. But this is, you'll see 2 numbers in each one of those. They are the known numbers and the expected numbers. Together, all those total 96 million.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions for Jill? Okay, who's
What's up,
next?
Kevin?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Kevin McAndrew, Director, Building and Development Review Services. I'm going to first start with an update on our efforts associated with the substantial damage assessment process and then transition to an update on building permitting. So the flow chart outlines the 5 steps associated with the substantial damage process. The color coding is a status update, green being completed. The substantial damage inspection, step 1, those were completed several weeks ago. In progress of our highest priority right now are steps 2 and 3. That is the quality control and data entry into the FEMA tool. That's taking all of the field data, entering into the FEMA tool, and the outcome of that determines the substantial damage determination and letter issuance. Step 4, the optional reassessment or reevaluation. was recently activated, and step 5, not yet activated, is the appeal process. I'm going to go through each of these in greater detail with a focus on steps 2, 3, and 4 on subsequent slides. I want to first briefly update our approach to augmenting staff. We've leveraged at every step the resources that the state can make available to us, as well as our own third-party consultants. We're competing with all of our neighboring counties. We're competing with many other municipalities for the same subject matter experts. We've done well. We've been able to, specific to just the FEMA estimator tool and SD letters, we've been able to activate 124 personnel. By reference purpose, our entire department over at Building and Development Review Services is 118. 69 of those are active. As of yesterday, we've deployed the balance of 55. Takes a few days of training to fully get them activated, but it's these resources that will get us to where we need to be by year end. By way of example, on the reassessment, which has just started, we have 95 authorized subject matter experts. That's construction cost estimators, licensed property appraisers, and certified floodplain managers. We have 10 activated at the moment because that option has just initiated. We will ramp that up as the demand calls for as we move through each of these steps. What is also listed on this slide, I think that's noteworthy, is that the county has been managing the state resources to support those 15 partner communities that are listed on this slide. So this has not been exclusive to just supporting unincorporated county. This has been very much a partnership with the county coordinating overall state resources to support these other municipalities within the county. The numbers that everybody's been wanting to see, 1,658 letters mailed as of last Thursday. I'm going to update that momentarily, but as of last Thursday, that represented about 30% of the overall parcels and structures that need to be addressed as part of the SDA process. Of those 1,658, 366 structures have been deemed substantially damaged. That's about 22% of those that have received letters. I just addressed the resources that we've activated, and I think this is probably the most important message I can deliver, is that we're catching our cadence that where we need to be to make it to the finish line this calendar year. To give you an example, just last Friday and last Saturday, we've mailed out 370 additional letters, so that number that says 1,658 is now 2,028. 430 of those substantially damaged, holding at about the same percentage of substantially damaged, about 21%. The other was 22%. So it's these resources that are allowing us now to mail daily North County, Mid County, South County to get through this effort. And another important update that by tomorrow we're going to be standing up a live simplified GIS map on our website, so someone doesn't have to necessarily wait for a letter. We know, especially now around the holidays, mail is going to be further challenged as far as delay. So there will be the ability starting tomorrow for someone to search their address, click on a point. That point will come up with an attribute cell that will say yes, substantially damaged, or no, and also allow them to download the letter right off the website. So this is an important step that I know everyone's been looking for, to not be totally reliant just on the mail process.
78% have gotten letters that they're not substantially damaged.
Of those issued, that is correct.
And those folks can apply for permits.
Next slide.
Huh? Okay.
Perfect.
I just don't want to forget these questions, and I want to make sure you're
Perfect.
bringing up the answer, so.
Perfect segue.
Thank you.
So what does it mean, getting a substantial damage determination? It provides clarity to a path forward. So for those, exactly, Commissioner, as you stated, for those not substantially damaged, it immediately provides a pathway for permitting. For those that are substantially damaged, there are options. One option is to accept it and to pursue funding and other options that were discussed earlier, hopefully under the Elevate Florida program to consider building stronger and elevating, or to pursue the reassessment option. And I'll speak in greater detail to the reassessment option because that's an important clarification as to the methodology that is used for the reassessment as opposed to the initial damage determination. The last option that's part of this flow chart, if you go through a reassessment process, a property owner, and it still maintains a substantially damaged status, there will be an appeal option. That will be through the clerk of court, utilizing special magistrates to hear those proceedings. So the reassessment option is distinct in the methodology that is used as opposed to the FEMA estimator tool, which is a higher level methodology to handle the scale of the number of properties that needed to be inspected and put through this initial process. The reassessment is what's referred to as a detailed substantial damage assessment. This includes an itemized line-by-line cost estimate, labor and materials, detailed narrative scope of work, photographs. This is information that a homeowner or business owner would file as part of this process. There is also the option for a homeowner to provide a private appraisal if they choose to do so. Otherwise, they can rely on the property appraiser's valuation. And as discussed at prior meetings here, the property appraiser has instituted an update for a reconsideration if a homeowner wants to submit photos of their home prior to the storms. They'll look at that and potentially reevaluate and change the valuation that may be a benefit in going through this process. As I mentioned earlier, this process goes through a workflow of a construction cost estimator, a property appraiser if relevant, and a certified floodplain manager that go through that exercise, but then the floodplain administrator making that final determination. Since letters have been going out now over the past couple of weeks, we've had 14 reassessments that have been filed. We're anticipating a fairly high percentage of those that receive the initial substantial damage determination to pursue this. In fact, the messaging that we are providing out of the building department, if you get an initial determination of substantial damage, pursue the reassessment. That is why we have the backstop of 95 staffing ready to ramp up as the demand increases to support this moving forward. With regard to building permitting, right from the outset, post-storm, this was an issue where BDRS, we instituted new policies, we updated processes to ensure the flow of permitting. There was no reason that permitting had to shut down, and it's never been the case. Since post-Milton, we've issued 1,380. In fact, that image that you're looking at now to the right is a screenshot of a live dashboard. If you go to our website, you'd see this afternoon that that's a rolling total of storm-related permits issued. It was 418 before I walked across the street over to today's meeting. The storm-related permits in review was down to 135. So this is now information that is live on our website. It's always been our expectation that once those receive a not substantially damaged determination, that we're going to see now our surge of permitting. That pathway is cleared. We expect the next month to 6 weeks to have the greatest degree of activity. I want to also just clarify that we haven't by any means shut down blue sky operations. Since post-Milton, we've issued over 5,000 blue sky permits. Our highest priority is storm repair, but we're balancing and attending to all permits, whether storm repair or blue sky. The piece that I want to conclude with is that we learned very quickly post-storm, whether it was a homeowner or a contractor, and they started to try to navigate our permit application or permitting platform, that it was too challenging, that they needed assistance. And so what we've done over the last couple of weeks, we've actually converted our conference room at 440 Court Street into an in-person permit support hub. And this has been a really important customer service enhancement that is now live. We're continuing to refine this process. We're staffing up in this room to where we have a sequence of stations. Someone can walk in our building with nothing, and they can navigate into this room. We'll take them through a sequence of stations with subject matter experts, and in most cases, those customers are walking out of that room with a permit in hand. So this is one of the initiatives that we've instituted. Again, we're going to continue to augment this to make sure that we can deliver on permits.
Commissioner Akers, did you have more questions?
Well, I will, but I'll wait.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kevin, for the update. Do you know what the website, the URL is for where folks can go starting tomorrow to download their substantial damage letter, or could you email that to us when you have it?
You can definitely email that. I'm going to look over at Barbara, but I anticipate it's going to be on pinellas.gov/substantial improvements, substantial damage -substantial improvement. That's where, that's sort of been our home base for information. That's where the live dashboard is with the permitting. So I believe that's where you'll find that.
Well, that's great. Really glad to hear that that's coming along, because that will speed the process along a lot. And, you know, we can just, that's just a link that we can send to people, and they can download their letter and move on with life. So, thank you.
Commissioner Scheer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin, have we determined the number of people who are receiving these SDA determination letters would not be receiving them if they were allowed to use the FEMA flood maps in lieu of the Pinellas County flood maps?
That's not a Kevin issue. I mean,
I do know that it's in process.
Yeah, we are.
That is something that's being attended to, and I realize that this was something that was requested, and it is being attended to.
It's very important. I mean, of these 366 homes, which the 50% rule has just condemned, maybe some of them don't need to be condemned. Why don't we know if they weren't in the FEMA flood zone, they should be exempt from the condemnation of their properties?
It is the ordinance that you had in place at the time, and the ordinance that we had in place in our time had the what's the, no, the, huh?
Oh, the vulnerability assessment. Sure.
So the vulnerability assessment was incorporated within our ordinance, and so that ordinance is what we're held to for FEMA in terms of the process.
Have we requested a waiver from FEMA for people who are not in a flood zone on FEMA maps?
I'll let Jill address this.
from anybody. I just, you know, or can people ask for a waiver? Is there something we
Is
can
there,
do
is
for
there,
people whose
is there
houses
a
are being
waiver?
condemned?
We'd have to
No.
look into that, Commissioner. I don't think we have requested that, but I know that.
There's no waiver, and I think the important piece here is that we've instituted, in addition to the standard appeals process, we've incorporated the additional provision for the reassessment. So that reassessment, as I tried to clarify, is one in which we will see a number of those homes that received an initial substantially damaged determination. We will see those rescinded because it is a much more rigorous review, and we've provided for that option before someone would even look to pursue an appeal.
In answer to your question, Commissioner, we are looking at the number of properties that were impacted, that were in the floodway, I guess, or the difference between the FEMA maps and the vulnerability assessment. So we're looking at that number. We're going to get back to you on that. That's not complete yet at this time.
I understand, but people are trying to get back in their homes. If we could help them by allowing them to use FEMA maps in lieu of our maps.
That is not the ordinance that was in place at the time, which is what FEMA will hold us to.
If we don't ask them.
Well, we can ask, and I can look at that. That's a question we haven't been asked, so we can look at that in between, but at this time, there's no change from that.
And
But
what would be required to change that ordinance?
You can't change your ordinance after the storm. And that's exactly what has happened in other places, and the reason 2 years later, they're being audited property by property. And that includes Lee County, that includes Cape Coral. I mean, it's...
I'm just looking for ways to push back against FEMA condemning all our residents' homes. And I think we need to focus on finding solutions for our people to, you know, get some relief from FEMA, who is condemning 36 houses a month.
I understand that, but we have to follow the ordinance that was in place at the time of the hurricane. And we've also learned from others that changed their ordinance. That is exactly how FEMA has held them to that standard 2 years post-storm. And now they're having to go back to property owners that they allowed to permit and build, and then saying, no, you can't, and changing that rule. So it's a very onerous process. We do push back. We will follow up on this particular issue, and more to come. But at this time, we don't have anything else. So did you want to add to that?
All our cities are using the county map right now, not just county.
No,
right?
the vulnerability assessment. Most of the Barrier Island communities adopted it, but each community had a choice in adopting that. First off, it was a state requirement that we complete the vulnerability assessment. That's the reason later on your agenda, there's a vulnerability state phase 2. That was a state a required process. We adopted the maps. Most of the cities did, some did not. There's a few that did not. And so it would depend upon each municipality. The same way we have our own process, we have our own ordinance. Each one of the cities has their own ordinance too. So it's whether they adopted it or not. Most of them did. I think a couple of did not.
Well, there were several that, the new FEMA maps were more restrictive, so they actually adopted the new maps because they were more restrictive for them than they had been. This is not a simplistic analogy, but we will have that. Out of the 366 or 363, it's going to be a really small number. The difference that we're looking at from old FEMA, new FEMA, and vulnerability assessment, we're talking about fewer than 2,200 properties across the entire county. So it's not going to be, we'll find out of that number how many are substantially damaged. We'll get that answer, and we'll include it in the materials we're providing to the county administrator.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm following the numbers here. So far, the 1,658 that have gone out, 366 are substantially damaged. If you use that 22% number on the 5,300 letters that will eventually go out, we're talking about over 1,000 homes.
Probably.
That are going to be deemed substantially down, if it stays that
That is-
percentage.
Yeah, that would be the projection, but I will again just say that that is the initial substantial
Understand.
damage
Right.
determination,
Right, that's before they do the
reassessment.
submit for reassessment. And we don't have any numbers on those yet. You just said there's 14, which is a little alarming, but maybe not, that you've only had 14 that have applied for that reassessment.
Well, that's because the letters have just very much, just been recently received. And I'm sure the homeowners that receive those are taking a deep breath to just first make a determination which path they're going to take. But we're anticipating a high percentage to pursue that.
I mean, when they come in, I guess they do have to do their homework, right? If they come in for that
They-
reassessment, they have to be ready
Yeah,
to show why that's not.
They have to have the documentation. All of that is the instructions, and that package is clearly spelled out on our website. And again, it would include that itemized cost estimate, detailed scope of work narrative, sketch floor plan, and again, if at the option of the homeowner, a private appraisal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, right now.
Okay. Do you have more, Kevin, or are we moving on?
I think I'm all set.
I think you're all set. Bruce is up the final piece. So Commissioner Peters, you asked about, I think another asked about another program that stood up. And Bruce, actually during the hurricane, he actually froze some of our SHIP dollars to not take new applications, to where we could kind of divert funding away. So staff was already thinking about how we can help our residents recover. This is the outcome of some of Bruce's and others' thoughts on how to do that. So.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bruce Bussey, Community Development Manager. Yeah, we're happy to report that the housing staff has developed a home repair program for disaster recovery. Our proposed program would provide a grant up to $30,000. This is an affordable housing program, and so what these dollars would do would basically fill that unmet need for income-eligible households once they've gone through the process with both insurance and FEMA. So this is sort of that third step in the process. When people apply to FEMA, and as Kathy mentioned, that deadline is coming up rapidly, January 7th. So first and foremost, people need to apply to FEMA. But FEMA provides a home repair program that offers up to $42,500. And when people apply to that, a FEMA inspector comes out, and part of that process is FEMA drives the residents to their insurance first. And so if insurance covers most of the things, then FEMA bases their amount of money on what insurance doesn't cover and additional need. Our program will sort of be that third step then for costs that exceed what both insurance and or FEMA will pay, including insurance deductibles. So we've got a little bit of a summary there on the screen that will kind of make that broader than our typical home repair program. Usually in our typical Blue Sky Day program, we're covering roofs, windows, doors, HVAC systems, hardening a house. We've expanded the scope of eligible activities to include things that are storm damage, tree removal, walls, flooring, those kind of things that we know people are busy repairing with their programs now. The funding for this program is primarily from the State Housing Initiative Partnerships Program, commonly known as the SHIP program. As Barry mentioned, post-Milton, we paused our programs knowing that we may need to divert these funds to post-storm recovery. Typically, we use those SHIP funds for down payment assistance and a home repair program. So we paused both of those programs, continued with projects that were in the pipeline for home purchase and home repair, but have since stopped those programs so that we could divert these funds for this purpose. There's approximately $8 million available from the SHIP program, and we also have $2 million approximately from the local Housing Trust Fund program. So we think both of those resources could be utilized to put towards this program to help income-eligible households. Here's a list of some general eligibility requirements for the program. The key thing being income eligibility, and we have to prioritize that. The state program requires that 30% of the funds assist households at under 50% AMI, another 30% assist under 80% AMI households, and the balance can be used for under 120. So as we open the application process, we will prioritize and rank the applications they come in based on those things to make sure that we stay in compliance with the the state grant requirements. Other primary eligibility will be the home has to be the primary residence of the homeowner and the applicant. Our program will be countywide with the exception of the other entitlement communities, the cities of St. Petersburg, Clearwater, and Largo, which receive their own allocation of SHIP funds. And of course, any and all work will have to be permitted by a licensed contractor. So we've been working on the project. At first, it seemed pretty simple. Well, we've got a home repair program. We'll just shift to that. But this is going to be significantly different because we will be paying for costs that either have already been incurred. We will be paying for insurance deductibles. And so for the applicant, we've designed a two-phase approach where they can apply. We anticipate opening the program this coming Monday. Applicants can go in and do a first phase pre-screening where they'll submit their basic information. We'll review that, make sure that they're initially eligible, let them know yes or no, and then they can go ahead and start applying with their full package of applicant information, which will include insurance documentation and FEMA documentation. So it's going to be a little bit of a paperwork exercise, as Commissioner Eggers just mentioned, a little bit of homework on the applicant's part, and once they know that they're preliminarily eligible, to submit that documentation for the staff review. So that's a real basic, quick overview of the program. As I mentioned, we're ready to go live this coming Monday. Communications has built a webpage at pinellas.gov storm repair, which will have the program description and general information, and then that will then link to an online application that will be available Monday morning.
Thank you. And I appreciate you put that together pretty quickly. So thank you. Thank you, Barry, for working on that. Any questions? No questions. That's outstanding, and I think that's great that we're shifting that for the residents. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. That concludes our initial report, Commissioners.
Okay, then we're going to go to public comment. And again, for those that are present, public comment or citizens to be heard are for items that are not on the agenda. If you want to speak on something that's on the agenda, fill out that card and we'll have you speak at that time when the agenda comes up. And after saying that, I do have one person who is tight on time if he's still here. And he did ask if he could speak about an item on the agenda during the citizens to be heard because he can't stay that long. So I thought I would indulge him. And so Mark Ferguson, if you want to come up, if you please state your name and your address, and you will have 30 minutes. 3 minutes? Did I say 33 minutes? I dragged out that little.
Did you say 3 minutes? You said 3 minutes.
3 minutes, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mark Ferguson, 7937 9th Avenue South. And yes, I was flooded also. So, I've been a resident for my whole life in Pinellas County, business owner for 32 years. This afternoon, I'm very happy to be here, that finally we can resolve this matter with the bond issue for the stadium. Unfortunately, we had 2 hurricanes back-to-back that really put everybody in disarray, not just the city, the county, but citizens all over the place. And it's time that we start working together to put everything back together. 2 months ago, if we didn't have the hurricanes, we would not be here passing these bonds, but because of the hurricanes, we are here today, and I appreciate your time. With a yes vote today, we will be able to turn our attentions to rebuilding the beaches and Tropicana Field for the 2026 season. With that being said, I'm very optimistic that in 4 years from now, all of us in this room will be at the opening day of baseball at the new Trop, and not just with a new stadium, but with a new development that includes hotel, convention space, amphitheater, an African-American historical museum, and all in Phase 1. In 10 years from now, we will be very happy to have 200 to 400 events on that property a year with over 1,000 hotel rooms that will generate the tourist tax that will pay for the stadium. Also, that with that being said, I want you to remember that every time the Rays play on TV, we have a 3-hour commercial for Pinellas County showing the beaches, downtown, and where people can come and vacation, watch a ball game, go to the beach, whatever they want to do. But that's all free. We get that by providing a stadium for the Rays. Last thing I like to say is we have to start moving now so we can start working on all these things. And let's not worry about the past, let's worry about the future. Let's keep St. Pete and Pinellas strong, and thank you for your yes vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. It's good to see you. Okay, next up, we have Rick Morales. And after Rick, we have David Ballard Geddes Jr.
I'm Rick Morales, Public Information Officer with the federal agency SBA, Small Business Administration, the Office of Disaster Assistance. So I came here. We always take advantage of these public meetings to continue disseminating the information. We have the media, we have the constituents, elected officials, and we might have survivors here. So to piggyback on what the Kathy said, she has been doing a great job, Judge, the Public Information Officer. We have had great partnership with the county and with the state, with the federal agency FEMA. We have done so many town halls in St. Petersburg, Treasure Island. So the updates, the deadlines, like Kathy said, are until January 7th. But to piggyback, I would like to add that we have other deadlines for economic damages. For Deputies, May 12th of 2025. For Helene, June 30. For 2025, and July 30 for Milton 2025. That's for losses on profits on businesses and nonprofits. They can use that for ordinary expenses for the payroll. So that's very important to know. And I would like to add the addresses of the centers. We have BRC, Business Recovery Center, in Epicenter and St. Petersburg College. And also DRC, that's with FEMA, the Davis Center in Venice. I'll be sending all that information to the county administrator and to Kathy and to Josh, the Public Information Officer of the county. So also, we have received so many applications, like 50,000 from Milton and like 25,000 from Helene. We are encouraging the people to apply, to reconsider, to appeal, and to complete the procedures, because the issue is that the meaning of the deadlines is that when the centers close and we leave, the only alternative that they're going to have is like applying online. It's not the same going to a center face-to-face that they can answer you all the questions, upload documents. It's like you have to do it by yourself online. So I think that that's harder. So that's very important to know, to take advantage of those centers. Those are temporary. They don't stay permanent. So that's very important to know. And yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say. I'm here to answer any questions. Please keep sharing everything that we have said. And yeah, thank you so much for the time and opportunity.
Thank you. David Ballard Geddes. After David Ballard Geddes is Greg Pound.
Good afternoon. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Again, the Federalist Papers reveal 3 constitutions seen as the former, the latter, and the last resort, constituted as this Constitution being under this Constitution as under the Confederation in Article 6 of our current Constitution, the Confederation being Mexico, Canada, America. So you ask, why MCA? Why Mexico, Canada, America? Because the initial mapping effort of this continent was topographic in nature. Geography, watersheds were the original mapping effort of this continent. 13 watershed regions were delineated, comprising the entire North American continent as a primary mapping effort. Such watershed regions are intending on rising as fact from under Article 3, Section 2 of our current Constitution. The map depicting the 50 states as declared is arbitrary and pretentious in nature as established in the Declaration of Independence. In fact, our current Constitution is recognized as a useful art for limited times in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8, and is being used for the purpose of capturing both land and water in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11. George Washington, in his farewell address, admits to this as being a useful act of covert pride, jealousy, and revenge on its head. The 14th Amendment is being used as a ring bolt operation to connect this Constitution with this Constitution in the birthing of water jurisdictions assailed as a ship of war from Article 1, Section 10 in an actual invasion. None of this here is legitimate. The truth that they hold lacks authenticity in its truth. And as defined in Statute 373.019, Section 15, it's artificial in nature. The Declaration of Independence, when in the course of human events, counterfeits itself as preamble to a second constitution. It calls this constitution a candid world, here to eat us out of our subsistence in a long train of usurpations. Aggregating the water supply is the underlying objective of this constitution, intending to capture the Christian population, taking our liberty, property, and life, using water as its weapon of choice in the 14th Amendment, deaf to the voice of justice and consequentity in its process. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Greg Pound, and after Greg Pound is John Richter.
Greg Pound, Largo. I would like to read out of Psalms chapter 9, verse 16 and 17. For Yahweh is known by the judgments which he executeth, the wicked snared in the works of his own hands. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and the nation that forgets God. Couple things. I want you people to look at this. When you voted this time for term limits for the county commissioners, it was supposed to be a 4-year gap before they could run again, not a 12 years for them to sit here. They ran a scam over the people of Pinellas County. Go back to the ballot and read it yourself and see what it says. I've had the people at the election office read it, and it's a real sad situation. You guys got 12 years now, and no one even voted for it. We voted for 8 years, and this is how you do that? Is this how you do it in the writing? People, you need to read it. The police officers, everyone needs to read it. It's not 4 years, a gap between they run for office again. Now they got 12 years, and this is corruption, bold-faced corruption. So the next thing I want to bring about is this Chris thing, Matt Gaetz. I want to thank Chris Latvala here, because when they came after his dad for the sexual stuff going up in Tallahassee, Chris Latvala exposed Matt Gaetz' sex games that they were playing up in Tallahassee. I mean, you talk about some perverts up in the state of Florida running our government. And that's why Donald Trump couldn't use them. That's why, if you've been following the news, they had to kick him out, because once they found out, because of Matt Gaetz, because of Chris Latvala here, exposing the stuff they were doing up there. I'm talking about having sex with underaged teenagers, having with other men's wives. I mean, they created the sex game. So the next issue I want to bring about is what's going on in this county. My daughter was accidentally bit by my sister's dog. My sister was visiting. So the DCF came in, took all our children, and in the process, they put us in a class here in Pinellas County. They told us in a Planned Parenthood class that I have to teach my children at 5 and 6 years old how to masturbate. I brought the paperwork here. I've showed these people right here from the Planned Parenthood of Pinellas County, all these things. They told me that I got to teach these little children, and that if I don't teach this to my little children, I'm not getting my children back. So I said, I'm not teaching this to my children. I'm a Christian. I'm a born-again J-Del Christian. And I said, so what I said I'm going to do is I'm going to run for office. So I ran for sheriff. Who would ever imagine I run for sheriff? We got Jim Coates' lawyer. I ran against Jim Coates. And then Robert Guattieri, his lawyer, comes in And these guys are criminals. I'm talking about, they're covering up. You've got an illegal, we have a separation of power clause in the Constitution to protect us from this kind of corruption, and it's illegal for Jim Coach's lawyer to be the sheriff. This is illegal, in-your-face corruption, and these guys are manipulating us, the people. And if the people don't stand up and do something, my daughter's been raped, molested, my children have all been molested under the care of DCF, and they won't even prosecute the man who's molested them, the people they put him with. Jim Paralermo. Why isn't Jim Paralermo in prison for molesting my children, you guys? I want to know why. Because it would prove everything I've said, everything I filed in the court. It would.
Thank you. So John Richter, and after John Richter, we have Noelle Devine, and I understand she doesn't want to step up, but I want to just bring her name just in case she changed her mind. And then after Noelle, if she declines, it will be Heather Wendt.
Hello, my name is John Richter. Live in Crystal Beach community, and apparently I'm one of the lucky 366 that received that letter. My question is, how are we supposed to just accept a letter with no statistics? No, we don't know who this inspector was. We don't know what their credentials were. We don't know what number they came up with, but they're deeming my property substantially damaged. I'm a licensed contractor. It's going to cost me less than $15,000 to put my house back together. FEMA letter, per the county website, says I've got up to $81,557. $81,557. How are we so far off? How is that possible? Why is it even constitutional for us to just be told we have to surrender our house with no data, no support, anything like that? So my question is, I'm probably never going to know who this inspector was, but should they be looked into? I mean, they are screwing people's lives up. Yes, I can go through this silly process again, go through piles of FEMA paperwork to dispute this. Again, I have to prove my innocence. It's these processes that are screwing us up, guys, not the flood. It's really messing up families bad, and this is just unacceptable. We're almost 90 days since the flood, and we just got 1,500 letters out. Can we hire some people that told FedEx how to get all these packages out during Christmas when they go up, their volume goes up 10x? Can we hire somebody that taught the Postal Service how to get all the letters out in December? I know this is a big task for Pinellas County. I know it is. But how did we get caught on our heels so bad? And who are these people that can come out and tell me I could lose my house unless I jump through these hoops? I just don't think that's fair. That's all I got.
Thank you, John. So Noelle, I understand you don't want to step up. If she does, if she would step up, are you Noelle? No? Okay. Heather Wendt. That's Heather. And after Heather will be Ronald Walker.
Hello. So my name is Heather Wendt. I also live in Crystal Beach, and I happen to be one of the 366 as well that has been deemed as substantial damage. My house was built in 1973 by my father-in-law. No one other than a Wendt has ever lived in our house. So to be told that I have to raise it or to demolish it is very heartening. We lost my mother-in-law earlier this year, which is how I ended up moving into our house. We just moved in a couple months ago. One of the things that is on our deemed amount of substantial damage on our FEMA Wingate letter is the amount of $68,000 that I can have in repairs. And as of today, I've been told that because I put a roof on our house before we moved in, that has to be taken out. Now I only have $56,000. available that I could spend on repairs. Changes every day. I'm upset. I was prepared to speak today. I'm upset because 2 hours ago I received that call from my contractor. I'm also one of the 14 people that has already resubmitted for that assessment. And I went through hoops and pulled all the documentation together and did all the cost breakdown and showed that I was underneath that dollar, down to $60,000. I never had an inspector walk in my house, I can tell you. I'm shocked at that number of 366 because an inspector never came in my house. And I can tell you this for sure because one of the other things I lost was my car. And I worked from home and was in my house every day. A month later, we finally received the information of where I could submit to ask for an inspection and immediately got a cloned email, because I've seen it from other people, that basically said, you've already had an inspection. Just wait for your SD letter. You've already been inspected. This is not true. If you're going to take it as a flood line on the outside of my house, it's incorrect. My husband and I did everything we could to seal our doors and make sure water did not come in our house. And we are 1 to 2 inches above that 12-inch mark that actually came in our house that damaged it. So I would have almost fallen into the guidelines of not being in any of this substantial damage if anybody had actually walked into my house and done an inspection. The other thing is your substantial, I will agree, the substantial damage letter is very general. There are no estimates. There is no documentation of where you came up with your amounts to show that I have substantial damage, and I have to either raise my house, tear down my house and rebuild it, move, or basically tear it down and sell it for the property. We are appalled that this is going on and that we have to go through this.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I've asked Kevin to stay out in the hallway so he can address the specifics of the situations as they
Heather,
come
will you
up.
go outside in the hall and see Kevin? Thank you. And we're going to get a lot more of those.
We are, and I know we're under public comment. That's what, when Kevin went through the reassessment, that's exactly what that's for, for them to submit photos, to be able to look at those details. But he'll go through that with them.
I know, and I know he talked last meeting, and did she? Right, Heather just went out to see you.
She went out the other one.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Barry.
Commissioner Latville.
So part of the appeal process for her case, when a resident has a lot of proof
Correct.
that an inspector never went into their house, is that something that,
Many of the processes were by the line on the outside of the house. That's a reason because you had to get through 30,000 inspections with only a few inspectors. And so that in fact may very well be true. And so that reassessment process for you to submit photos, et cetera and stuff, and be able to do that redetermination. So the redetermination really is, the first one's a high level, preliminary. You submit information, you ask for an inspector, whatever. That secondary process will then determine, yes, you're substantially damaged. We added the third process to where we have a hearing officer to where you can come in and make your case with that.
And I still think that everybody's going to be very frustrated because nobody went in any houses. And it doesn't matter what city, and they're going to claim your floor was destroyed, but your floor wasn't destroyed. It's a real problem, and we're going to have a lot more of these complaints.
Yes.
And trust me, I feel the exact same way as they do.
and conversely, I'm not going to say where it was, but there were residents whose houses were gutted who left town. The outside looked fine, but curtains, shades were closed. And so when the inspectors came by, and by the time they came by, the debris was gone. So they had no clue what the inside looked like.
Yeah, well, most of them stood at the street and made the determination. So it's frustrating, and we're going to have a lot of these. And every small city, those residents are very frustrated. It's all very frustrating. So we're going to go on to Ronald, if that's okay. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Flowers.
Just a question. So I've not seen the letters, but they don't include any information relative to how the assessment I mean, you may not know the answer to that,
I
but.
don't. Kevin would have to be in here for me to be
If later-
confidently answer that.
Yeah, later on, because,
But-
I mean, if you send me a letter and tell me I have $81,000 worth of damage, then attached to that should be drywall this, electrical that, da-da,
No,
you know, or
it's a
whatever.
much higher level than that. There is a FEMA estimator tool. I'm not sure whether that is available online. And just like, again, it goes into the details. The person that's a contractor saying he can get that done for $15,000. You got to use commercially available rates. And so under FEMA guidelines, you have to use commercially available rates, and there's a way in which you have to calculate that. That's what FEMA uses as part of that audit process. So it doesn't matter if you do it yourself. You can do it yourself and not cost you $81,000, but the determination's based upon the commercially available rates for each individual item.
Okay. And I do understand that, but there may be some people who don't know how to access that tool and to utilize, you know, to be able to understand it. And then I guess the other thing is, and I know we've said this here before, it wasn't the county that put into place the requirement to elevate the home. That was not the county's thing. That was FEMA's. If you're within a certain zone or a certain area, you're now required to lift your house. I'm not saying I agree with that, but, you know.
The FEMA rules are what we're following.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's sad because I kind of feel like, not us necessarily. So when I say us, I don't mean us, but I feel like we're like double kicking these folks who had the damage done to their homes. They've lost everything. They're trying to kind of recuperate and get back. And now they're hit with a $40,000. I think that's one estimate. A gentleman shared $40,000 bill on top. No, $400,000. I'm sorry. It's $400,000 to lift his house up and then put the balance up. And I believe he said his house wasn't even valued at $400,000. So it's okay.
Yeah, it's I'm not gonna. My mama taught me if I don't have something nice to say, not to say anything at all. So I'm gonna leave it at that, and we're gonna go to Ronald Walker.
Ron Walker, 7100 Ulmerton Road, Largo, Florida. This is my 8th appearance before you since last May, telling you how you've been stolen from with 2 hands by some really clever thieves. And I've written a little something this morning, kind of summarize it. I've entitled it, The Season. 'Twas the last meeting before Christmas, and all through the room, a palpable feeling. Could it be gloom? For a vote is coming and cannot be put off, for many good new jobs might be wrenched. The duty hangs o'er the 7 deciders. We play ball or again be green benched. So share 7 coins and give them a flip, but after the vote, you still have been ripped. A great fortune is yours soon to collect. Just ask Ron Walker and join the select. As I leave, allow me to state, a Merry Christmas is granted to all of the thieves, for their Christmas is paid for by you with such ease. Postscript. If the county is going to be put on the hook for hundreds of millions of dollars, now, more than ever, the county needs a wise and effective municipal whistle-blowing ordinance. The ordinance will deter some thefts, expose other thefts, and recover stolen money. Further, the ordinance will encourage civic honesty. Have a good Christmas, guys. Have a prosperous and healthful new year. I'll be watching the thieves, and the thieves will be watching your money. Have a good day. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Sharon Calvert, and after Sharon is Scott Neff. Is Sharon here? Yes. Okay. I can't see her. Sorry, I couldn't see you at the post.
I'm Sharon Calvert, and I live in Tierra Verde. The Pinellas County local delegation meeting is being held on January 19th. And this is a request that this county commission board work with our state legislative local delegation to fix the broken property insurance market in the state of Florida and to fix the chaos, inconsistencies between Citizens Insurance and state law, and basically the mishmash mess that has been created with the new laws regarding condo associations. These issues must be addressed in this legislative session. I live in a condo whose insurance cost, and we're on Citizens, is tripling in 1 year and will now consume 60% of our entire budget. This is a crisis that is unsustainable, and as a constituent, I ask for your help to work with our state legislators to resolve this before the situation becomes a financial disaster for Pinellas County property owners, many of them already reeling from property damage from the 2 hurricanes. If nothing changes, condo property valuations will crash, impacting those property owners and the tax revenue to the county. And I just also like to mention, because of so much being talked about FEMA, that FEMA's broken too. And we've listened to this process, and anything that you can do to fix that process would also be helpful, because FEMA won't even pay to replace our drywall. So there's definitely a problem. But I would appreciate your help in working with the state to fix the insurance that's broken in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So Scott Neff, and after Scott is William and Charlotte Noel.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Neff. I'm a resident here in Pinellas County. I live in Crystal Beach. FEMA has a 50% rule that's been talked a lot about today. It's a regulation. It's not a law. You guys are talking about it like it's a law. It's a regulation. It was put in place by a couple of unelected bureaucrats years and years and years ago. I am a licensed NFIP flood adjuster. That's what I do for a living. I've been running around the county for the last however many days. I'm not even sure what day of the week it is. I've been so busy trying to get people checks for their flood insurance, which in and of itself is its own task. I've done this in the last 12 years, probably in 9 or 10 different states. Never seen a county hand out significantly damaged letters like this place is doing. Most of the counties where I do this, the county tries to not hand out significantly damaged letters because, like I said, it's not a law. It's a rule. It's a guideline, if you will. And if you think that FEMA's guideline carries a lot of weight, for those of you that have been paying attention, in June of this year, the Supreme Court came out with a decision, which is commonly called the Chevron decision, where they said that unelected bureaucrats that make up rules, those rules are not enforceable. They can't enforce this 50% rule on anybody. So I guess the question I have is, why are you handing out significantly damaged letters to thousands of people's homes that you have not been to? You haven't been to them. Barry hasn't been to them. Al McLeod hasn't been to them. I talked to Al this morning. Across the street over here. I imagine you all know who he is. I didn't know who he was till this morning. Al showed me a map that FEMA gave him. It's got dots on it. Somebody from FEMA drove around and said, all these houses are significantly damaged. Nobody went into any of those houses. These letters don't have any type of information on them. Now, if you are going to follow FEMA's rule is very simple. It's the sales value of the house. The damage, the flood damage, not flood and wind, the flood damage only, has to add up to more than 50% of the sales value of the house. not the appraised value by the tax assessor, the sales value. So it seems to me in order to get a substantially damaged letter, you need two things. You need an unemotional estimate of what it's really going to cost to fix this house. You also need a real estate broker to tell you what this house most likely would have sold for in July or August of this year before the storm happened.
Thank you.
Without that information, y'all are in trouble. Y'all are not going to be able to do any of this to these people's houses.
Thank you.
Shame on you for doing it. Have a nice day.
William and Charlotte Noel.
I live at 803 Michigan Avenue. My name is William Noel. I've lived there for 25 years. I used to own the whole block of Michigan Avenue. Towards my later years in retiring, I had those properties developed. I still own 3 blocks of them. The easement behind my house, for 25 years I've called the county and said, who maintains this easement? They said it's vacated. It's abandoned, and to this day, the county cannot give me a straight answer on who is supposed to maintain this. But anyways, for 10 years, I've maintained that ditch back there with my neighbor. It was our responsibility. Every storm, the dirt would wash out. So every year, we had to bring dirt back in there to build the bank up. I got 10 feet behind my property. The people behind me got 10 feet of this easement. It's a 20-foot easement. 10 years I did that. Went out of town, I came back from vacation, and my fence was wobbling. My pool is 3 feet from this. Now, my house was probably worth $2 million, I'm not sure. But anyways, my fence was wobbling. 3 feet away from that easement, the dirt was. My pool, I got 30 feet of waterfalls. I mean, it was fixing to do damage to my property. So I called the county again. This was 15 years ago. I said, what am I supposed to do? They said, we do not maintain that easement. And I said, okay. Well, it just so happened that day down the street, the easements that you all do maintain have concrete bags around the sewer pipes and around the edges to hold that all in there for the water to go into the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, because where I live, I'm 1 block off the Gulf. I asked the guy, I said, what am I supposed to do to keep this dirt in here? He goes, well, why don't you do what we do with these concrete bags? So I stacked them, $15,000, $20,000 later, in the back of my easement. For 15 years, those bags have held that dirt in there. They look the same as they did when I put them in. The problem is, now 15 years later, I didn't pull a permit to do that. So I've got these violations. I don't know what to do. So I filed for after-the-fact permit or whatnot. I've got engineering drawings, actually, from the engineer who works for the Pinellas County Utilities. He's my buddy. He drew these up. This wall, like I'm saying, I'd like you all to make a decision on that because they're telling me I have to tear it out. You know, I can't if I do, and I can show you the flood, the last 2 floods, how that water is flowing down that easement. It's straight, it's not hindered, nothing. Whereas before, but like I said, I've got pictures. You guys did the same thing with the concrete bags as I did, and I was told by you to
Okay. Okay. So
The
Barry,
permit
you're
appeal
gonna,
process needs to go through planning, building, and development. They have specific regulations regarding how somebody can appeal an enforcement action. And you need.
I went through all that. I couldn't get nowhere, so that's why I'm here before you.
Well, Kevin's out in the hall. He's the head of the department, and Tom is right here, so they can hook you up with the right people to be able to file whatever appeal that you can have.
Well, in the meantime, I've had to pay a $1,000 fine.
well,
And-
that's okay. If you go outside and talk to them, they will take care of it. And we'll try to work something out. This isn't the place that we do
If that's your only
that.
plans, you want to take those with you.
Well, I've submitted them to the county in a thumb drive of the pictures and the water flowing.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead. He's
having
right
a
there.
busy
and- Okay, and then next we have a Zoom call. Deborah Squire, if she's still on the line.
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Squire, if you can hear us, please raise your virtual hand so we can unmute you. Ms. Squire, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You've addressed, a lot of what I want to talk about, but I think I want to go ahead and say what I have to say. I'm hearing an echo.
Ms. Squire, there's an echo. Are you logged in on two accounts? 'Cause there's-
Hold on.
It is muted. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Squire. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. My name's Debbie Squire. My address is 325 Crystal Beach Avenue. I live in Crystal Beach as well. And like my neighbors, I was here to come and speak about the struggles of our neighborhood, which was severely impacted by Hurricane Helene. Many of us are still unable to recover and rebuild because we haven't received the substantial damage letters. I'm happy to hear that that is going online and that more of them are going out, because it's been very frustrating that we were waiting to receive something in the mail when other communities have these going out through an online system. This delay has left people in limbo. Some can't afford to pay both rent and their mortgage, so they're living in uninhabitable homes. I'm fortunate to have a second home, so I'm currently out of the state right now. But most of my neighbors are not in this position. That home is my primary home, so I'm traveling back and forth. I'm still waiting for my letter. Hopefully it's there when I get back tomorrow. A single piece of paper determines whether we can repair or must rebuild. And the process just seems to be dragging on. Even those who have received the forms are stuck waiting for permits and inspections. And the process for determining whether a property has substantial damage appears subjective, and it's particularly harmful to those who live in older homes. Many of the people in our community do so, or they've lived in their homes for years. Furthermore, many don't have the means to tear down and rebuild and will be forced to leave their homes or move somewhere else. I'm happy to hear about those programs that were mentioned today. On top of this, while FEMA has been somewhat helpful with inspections and financial aid for some, they're falling short in providing temporary housing. There are many people in our area that are waiting on wait lists for FEMA trailers or to get into hotels. Meanwhile, the incorporated areas of Pinellas County are seeing building progress and permits are being issued. And we're just wondering what's happening with the unincorporated Pinellas. It feels like we're forgotten. I recognize that we're in uncharted waters, and the people of the county are working really hard. But at the end of the day, there are people that have nowhere to live. It may be time to forego some of these regulations that were just talked about. I forgot, I don't know, didn't catch his name, but he was talking about these regulations that are put on us by their ordinances and regulations. They're not laws, by bureaucrats. And I feel like we need to think about whether those types of things need to be foregone in the spirit of efficiency and empathy. The process is taking far too long, and the people need more help than what's currently being provided. I urge the commissioners and Governor DeSantis to act quickly, streamline these processes, and ensure that the unincorporated areas of Pinellas will receive the same attention as the rest of the county.
Thank you, Deborah. Your 3 minutes is up. We appreciate your call. And if you need to reach out to our building department, if you have questions about yours, since you're not here, feel free to call them. Thank you. And so we're going to move on next to the consent agendas, item 2 through 19.
Commissioner, could I ask that, normally it's the commissioner that asks that, I'd ask you pull item 17. We need to make a modification to it.
Okay, well, we're going to pull, Commissioner Scott wanted to pull 14, 15.
14, 15, and 16. Yeah.
14, 15, and 16. So if you want to go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. I had just a question on item 14, and then just wanted to have a quick discussion on 16 and 17. So these three items relate to grant funding agreement with the state of Florida to receive FEMA assistance grants for disaster from Debbie, Helene, and Milton.
Yes.
Item number 14, relative to Hurricane Debbie, is the smallest amount of all three of them. It's only $233,000, which is still a lot of money, but is that 100% reimbursable? Because all the other ones
What
had
up,
some
Chris?
level of county match to it.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Chris on that. I don't frankly remember Debbie.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Debbie is, in that case, 75%, 87.5% reimbursable, 12.5% local match.
87.5%. Okay, got it. All right. And then the other was just sort of some general comments. Is this all of everything that we anticipate, or is there, if we end up running beyond this, is there more, and what's the timeline?
Sure. This is everything we anticipate FEMA. So there are other organizations, and this is everything FEMA public assistance. So just county, not individual assistance, not what residents are receiving.
Right. Yeah, and these three items total, did my math correctly, the total cost of all storms to the county, which is damage to county equipment, supplies that were used, and overtime. And I know there was many of the staff that work weeks on end without a day off, so I want to just shout out to staff and appreciate all their hard work. But it comes up to almost $143 million, which I just wanted to put some context on that, because it's a lot of money to be on a consent agenda item. And of that, about $8.5 million is not reimbursable to the county. So is that accurate in my numbers? Did I get all that right?
Yeah, that's very accurate. I think it's going to go up. The non-reimbursable part will probably go up a little bit. We're at about $9 million right now. And these numbers will change. This is our best guess right now, so.
What did we think the timeline is as far as being able to be reimbursed on this? Any thoughts?
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Good question. I mean,
Yeah, 10 years?
Could I give you next week's lotto numbers instead?
Yeah, right.
Irma, we were still receiving parts of Irma 3 or 4 years later. I mean, so it just depends on the particular request. Also, just on that point about the unreimbursables, that'll be part of our state appropriation request for lost revenue for things that are unreimbursed.
Okay.
So we will try to recoup those funds also.
Okay.
Any other questions or items to be pulled on the consent agendas? Seeing none, I look for a motion for items number 2 through 19 minus, with the exception of 17, which is being pulled. Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, second from Commissioner Scott. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes. You're going to go on to number 20.
Come back to 17.
Oh, sorry, 17.
Item 17, it was a bid, the bid amount, so the total project is $4.5 million. The bid amount is actually $2,875,999, $75,900. And so the attachments are correct. It was just listed incorrectly. We want to make sure, since this is a bid award, that it's correct in the record. Joe, it's $2,875,999.04.
Any other questions? No. Do I have a motion for number 17? Can I motion from Commissioner Flowers?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scott. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. We're going to move on now to number 20.
Item number 20 is a resolution superseding and replacing the Resolution 02-151 regarding aircraft noise abatement task force for St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. We do have Tom Jewsbury and Mark Sprague here. You had some questions at the work session.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, if they could just come forward and talk a little bit about, I mean, this working group has served a purpose for a number of years, whether in some cases just venting, some cases really serious issues. It's been a great model, I think, for years and years. So anytime there's a change, there's a reason for it, and I wanted to make sure we understand what the effect is for our residents that are around the airport on the north side, south side, and their ability to get issues addressed. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Jewsbury, Airport Director. Yes, the dynamics of the task force, while the membership is going to decrease doesn't mean that we're going to have any different lack of community involvement and participation. Still always open to the community. The manner in which we report aircraft noise complaints is going to remain unchanged. We have the website, we have tracking. So many opportunities as far as interacting with the community, and in fact respond within 24 hours. And yeah, in the direction right now, the task force allows from 17 to 22 members, and we've never been able to have that much participation. So it's been difficult to even get a quorum. So at the direction of the county attorney's office, they wanted us to go ahead and sort of reevaluate that and give us the ability to work more effectively. Is there anything you want to add?
Yeah. Mark Sprague, the Deputy Director of Operations and Facilities at the airport. By updating this resolution, it's 22 years old. It also allows me to talk to the airlines regarding the noise concerns outside the scheduled meetings or outside a special meeting due to the Sunshine Law. By updating this, it will still allow me to go to the communities that I already go to, but actually start discussing, with the representatives in that community that are on the board, again, due to the restrictions of the Sunshine Law. It's advantageous for us to continue to have in-person meetings, and we're going to do that, Commissioner Eggers. However, though, it's sometimes having the restrictions, it allows me to, or it held me back, and it was very detrimental to communicate or address these noise-sensitive areas or concerns efficiently and effectively and quickly.
I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. So are you saying that there's 22 members potentially on this task force? You can't get enough members to join, so you can't have meetings? You seem to have meetings anyway. I've been to several of those, and there's not 22 people sitting around that table.
Right. The current noise resolution stipulated that you'll have no less than 17 people and no more than 22 people. And you can say, yes, we don't always have that. But we're still going to have 9 appointed members of that from the county administrator on the working group. We're going to have 2 representatives from the airport, and we have currently 5 advisories. We cannot appoint a Federal Aviation Administration, say an air traffic controller manager. But that's the current wording in the current resolution. So we're just revising some of the wordings, but altogether we're going to have 16 participation in members of the new working group.
And those 9 members are from the residential communities on the north and the south of the airport?
That is 100% correct. Yep, that's not changing.
People that aren't on the committee can still go to an open meeting, can still express their concerns and complaints or whatever. So the methods to address issues is still in place.
That is correct. The 3 methods that Mr. Jewsbury mentioned is a complaint form. They can actually phone in a complaint, and they also can email a complaint. That's all answered within 24 hours.
You're not, are you on that task force?
I am. I'm one of the 16, but I'm not one of the 9 appointed. I'm a non-elected position from the county administration.
So you can go out and talk to communities without sunshine violation?
I currently can't with the current resolution. By switching to the working group, I will be able to do that.
Okay. So I'll just wait to hear from some of the residents to make sure that they're being treated nicely and still getting their input. It's important. They have to have a place to go and vent frustrations, et cetera. So I'm not sure I understand all of the reasons, but we'll support you for now, and we'll wait to see how it works.
Commissioner, if I could help maybe perhaps fill in some of the blanks. You all are familiar with Michael Zoss from my staff that retired around a year ago, and he represented the airport for a good many years. And this is third-hand knowledge I gained through him, but quite frequently the task force did not meet the quorum requirement to actually have an official meeting. So that was part of the problem. It was quite a large number of people appointed to the task force, and while you did have participation, my understanding was there was seldom an actual quorum. And so that would present issues with sunshine issues and trying to comply with the sunshine. And when I say that, it's not that we don't want the meetings to be open to the public, it's that we don't want the members of the task force, as Mr. Sprague referred to discuss the matters outside of the sunshine. So this really is going to re-energize this group, hopefully, so that they can meet and continue discussing the issues. I suspect there's not going to be a lot of change between what's occurring now and what you'll see in the future. We're just going to eliminate the quorum issues and the talking outside of the sunshine issues.
Okay.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Tom and Mark, always nice to see you guys. Is there any downside to this that you see at all? I mean, oftentimes when you make changes like this, you're gaining a lot of benefits, but maybe somewhere else you're losing some flexibility. Is there any negative that you see there at all?
I don't see any negative. I see actually just positives, because I still go out to the communities, but I'll be able to speak to the community representative versus, just going out there and picking a field and park and monitoring.
Okay, great. All right, appreciate that. Move approval.
Got a motion from Commissioner Scott. Second from Commissioner Flowers. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote.
I'm a yes.
Okay.
I'm a yes as well.
We have 3. It passes unanimously. We're having issues with Commissioner Latvala, Commissioner Eggers, and Commissioner Scott.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Just circling back to the consent agenda, I believe 14 through 16 were omitted on the first vote, and then we voted for 17. Can we have a vote for 14 through 16?
No. I put items 2 through 12 minus number 17. So it was included.
Okay, but it didn't include 14 through 16?
It did.
It did? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
So we'll go on to number 21.
Item 21 is an MSTU for Tierra Verde Community Association tennis and pickleball court resurfacing improvements, $20,000.
Okay, I have 2 cards here. One is for questions only, and the other is to waive in support. So, Tierra Verde is happy about this.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Eggers, a second from Commissioner Scott. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. Commissioner Latvala is a yes.
I'm a yes as well.
Commissioner Scott is a yes. Commissioner
I'm a
Eggers.
yes.
Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously. Number 22.
This is an MSTU for Greater Palm Harbor Chamber of Commerce for exterior door, wooden deck, and ADA ramp improvements.
Move approval.
$20,000.
Okay, we got a motion from Commissioner Eggers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scott. Seeing no other discussion, if clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Scott is a yes.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Eggers is a yes. And Commissioner Latvala is a yes, so that passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 23.
23 is a resolution approving Affordable Housing Advisory Committee's report to the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program. It's an annual report we have to submit.
Any questions? Discussion? We entertain a motion.
Move approval.
A motion from Commissioner Scott.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Eggers. If the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Scott's a yes.
I'm a yes.
And Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously then. We're going to move on to number 24.
This is a contract with the State of Florida Department of Health. This is for their Pinellas County operations. Total funding exceeding $8.1 million, including the 6.1 for core services and 1.9 for the school nurse program.
Any questions or discussion? I'd entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Got a motion from Commissioner Scott. A second from Commissioner Flowers. If the clerk would bring up the voting cards and members vote. Okay.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner
I'm a
Eggers
yes
is a
as
yes.
well.
Commissioner Scott is a yes. That passes unanimously. Number 25.
25 is a revised application for federal assistance, and this is for our drug court. It's a revised form, so we have to approve the revision.
Okay. Discussion?
Move approval.
A motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Flowers. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 26.
Item 26 is Pinellas County adoption of a tourism development tax revenue supplemental bond resolution adopted on July 30th, and approval of the documents to support the funding and design and construction of a new stadium in St. Petersburg to be the home of the new Tampa Bay Rays Major League Baseball franchise.
Move approval.
We got a motion by Commissioner Scott, a second by Commissioner Flowers. I have quite a few public comment cards, so I'm going to go to the public comment cards. We're going to hold that motion and that second, if that's okay. And we are going to go on to Zoom first to Michael Cronin.
Mr. Cronin, can you please raise your virtual hand so we can unmute you? When you're unmuted, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yes, this is Michael Cronin, 225 First Avenue North, St. Petersburg. Sorry I couldn't be with you all in person today. Unfortunately, a little under the weather, so I didn't want to infect everybody while I came to make public comment. But as I mentioned last time when we spoke, this has been a significant PR nightmare for our area. As I mentioned during my previous public comment, I moved to the area recently, earlier this year, and one of the main reasons I did was because I could see all the growth and development that's going throughout Pinellas County. No longer is this just a retirement community, and while we love our retirees, we obviously want to be a full-time destination. And this major development that is proposed downtown that I think most people thought was a done deal will help continue that image and push that forward. We don't want our image to regress. We do not want to become a sleepy town that once was Pinellas County. We want to become Pinellas County here in the 21st century. I've seen recently in media reports that there have been questions from some of the commissioners regarding essentially the Rays showing that they have sufficient funds for the project. Makes total sense, but that's all already in the plan. As Administrator Burton said, there are ample protections for the county when it comes to making sure that the Rays cannot access any of these bonds prior to showing their financials. So I really think that's a little bit of a distraction, to be frank, and it's something that is unfortunately, I think, taking our eye off the prize here. Also, just a reminder for everyone that's listening, the TDD tax can only be used for stadiums, museums, and beach renourishment. And as Commissioner Peters said at the last meeting, there are ample funds for both the beach renourishment that's needed, as well as the stadium project, not to mention the federal funds that are coming regarding what happened with Helene and Milton. And finally, I just wanted to say, I know that and I've been educating myself on the Pinellas County electorate, but District 4, 5, and 6 commissioners, yes, you are obviously elected by those in your district, but I just wanted to reiterate that you're representing all of Pinellas County. And this is obviously going to be this most significant vote that you're going to be taking, and you don't want to be known as an infamous member of the commission. So I urge you to vote yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Chris Steinacher. After Chris Steinacher is Michael Swessel.
Well, I'm Chris Steinacher, President and CEO of St. Petersburg Area Chamber of Commerce, 100 2nd Avenue North. First of all, again, thank you to the leadership of our county for all the support you have provided to allow our businesses and our homeowners to try to get started again. The leadership you've shown our community helps create a certainty in our economy and allows us to move forward and go out and buy groceries and get that next job. So thank you for the leadership. Thank you for our county leadership in continuing to fund and resource all the things you just heard, all our homeowners needing to understand how do we make sure that we can level up our homes and bring them back to where they are. I stand before you to ask you for that same kind of certainty about our Rays and this gas plant development district. The leadership our city showed last week by passing those bonds is all we're asking of you all. As you heard, so many people hearing the word no recently. No, we're not going to do that. No, you're going to have to wait for another letter. No, you're going to have to wait. No, you can't rebuild yet. No, you have to wait. No, you can't take your trash. No. It creates a psychological reversal in us about our resilience. Yes is what we need to hear as a community sometimes to make sure we continue to understand where the horizon in our economy is. We are still very bullish on this deal. We do believe it is the economy that separates us from a Naples or a Sarasota and a retirement community. This can do this for Pinellas County. We are still bullish on the money that you all have offered. The money for bed tax money is the best way to fund the stadium. It's the safest money. It turns that money into other money that you all can invest in everything we've asked for. So we are still very positive in this. We still understand there are so many issues. When the Rays write each letter they write to you, there creates more questions. But we do know that you all have the resources. You've been planning this for years about how do we fund this. The resources are there. The opportunity is there. I'm looking for leaders. Our city said, yes, we will lead this. I'm asking our county to do the same. Yes, we will lead this. To build certainty in this economy that businesses and citizens understand there are leaders pointing to the horizon and saying, we see a good deal. We still believe in the fundamentals of our community, and we are still going forward. While we have short-term crisis on our hand, we have a long-term economy that all of us need to care about, and I do believe this gas plant development and a stadium is part of that. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. So Mike Swessel. And Mike, after you is Michelle Dyson, and after Michelle will be Pete Boland.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time. My name is Mike Swayze. I reside at 235 3rd Avenue North in St. Petersburg. I'm also president and CEO of the St. Petersburg Economic Development Corporation. I'm here today asking for a positive vote for the bond. I sent everyone a letter earlier this week and started out the letter by saying in Pinellas County, our honor is our bond, and what I'd like us to do is honor what we have already agreed to, a signed agreement. Today is simply a vote to move this process forward. If we fail to honor a commitment that we made to one of our major employers, one of our most nationally known companies in the market, if we don't follow through with what we've agreed to with that company, what message are we sending to prospects that we are working with to recruit to Pinellas County that are not here currently? It's a very bad message. Not to mention the risk of losing thousands of jobs. And I know we have a few Rays employees here today that may speak. Very courageous women that have spoke in the past. Thousands of jobs for the Rays, as well as tens of thousands of jobs in the development, the historic gas plant development. So I urge you to pass this resolution and move this project forward. It's one of the most transformational projects in the history of Pinellas County, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And Michelle Dyson. And again, after Michelle is Pete Boland.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michelle Dyson. I'm at 495 74th Street North in St. Pete. I'm a former and future concessions worker at Tropicana Field. With the passage of the bond still at risk, I wanted to keep speaking up for the employees, reminding each of you about the human aspect and the people this funding directly affects. You and the Rays are figuring out who can make the most and spend the least. We are here as hardworking people with our future in your hands trying to figure out life under $50,000. So when you think of passing bonds, we look at things a little different. We see growth and prosperity on a whole nother level, not in the millions, but in the hundreds. Many of us who work at the ballpark are considered seasonal workers. We prepare our whole year around the baseball schedule. We have to find other jobs to supplement our income until each season comes back around, but we wouldn't have it any other way. We love the Rays and baseball. Honestly, that's why 10 years ago, I drove in a car 14 hours with a coworker from Virginia to attend a Rays job fair. I'm kind of crazy like that. They had no idea what kind of dedicated employee they were hiring. Seasonal employees create the game day experience. We bring value to the Rays product. It costs families hundreds of dollars to attend a game. 50% of them probably don't even care who wins. They care more about how we make them feel and having a great time, the taste of a hot dog and a cold beer. Seasonal employees are a must, and they actually are an essential part of Florida's economy. Passing these bonds will continue to create jobs, all year-round jobs. Small businesses, restaurants, bars, hotels, and more will thrive. Revenue will be generated for all. Speaking of employees, we could probably show a little compassion for the Rays. Even millionaires get punched in the heart sometimes. Not to mention all the front office staff and my employer, Levy Restaurants. The Tribe collapse was so unexpected, I'm sure they were probably in as much shock as all of us, thinking, what do we do next? You've been comparing this deal to Las Vegas. That's even more of a Metrodome collapse. This is uncharted territory, and look at us. Passage of the bonds will put us ahead of the game. We will move our community into our own historical transition. We will be remembered as a county dealing with 2 hurricanes that we kept our commitments promised before some of you were even here. We showed outstanding leadership that even in most difficult time, our community will persevere and continue to grow. There is no time to delay. For now, with the help of the Rays, maybe some of my coworkers and I will have work at Steinbrenner for our temporary home. I look forward to my future with the Rays and always want to thank them for investing in our community. Now is the time. Build our own field of dreams. To quote Terrence Mann, baseball has marked the time. This field, this game is part of our past. It reminds us all that was once good and can be good again. People, welcome. I'm wearing this shirt today to remind you, maybe Christmas doesn't come from a store. Maybe it means just a little bit more. The greatest gift you could give the residents of Pinellas County, Rays Nation, and all of us who work here is the future of baseball. The Rays have one mission statement: energize the community through the magic of Rays baseball. Sounds like they're committed to me. So let's wrap it up, stick a bow on it, and pass the bonds today. No one wants to be the Grinch.
Thank you. Michelle Dyson, that was you, sorry. People and after Pete is Alan Whitman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Pete Boland, 4670 Chancellor Street, Northeast, dealing with very much of the same flood problems that a lot of our other neighbors and fellow residents deal with. Looking forward to the next fight with my insurance company for our insurance check. But I'm here today to ask all of you to be a hero. To be a hero to all the people for all the decades that have put in all the work. To be the hero for the thousands of workers, for the workers like Michelle, for the bold leaders who put Pinellas County in the big leagues to begin with, and for all those tireless fighters that kept this thing going when things looked bleak. It's been an incredible roller coaster ride, and I want you to be a hero for those people. I think this is a good deal for the county with a large return on the investment. Some of you may very well agree with that. This is a proper use of these TDC funds. TDC funds, of course, are restricted to capital improvement projects that generate tourism and marketing dollars that generate tourism. And this agreement that we've already signed and moved forward does qualify for both of those uses. And just like, when we do beach renourishment, no one ever questions the return on investment on a grain of sand, but we know that it matters and it adds up. The city thinks it's a good deal. It's a good deal for them, not just the administration, but the electorate. The chair of the city council that's considered the closest ally of the architect of the deal won with the largest margin of victory in the history of the city of St. Pete, with the largest vote total ever. I myself got 57,000 plus votes, even though it was a little bit short. This is a big deal. It is a very popular arrangement, and you have an opportunity to be a hero. You have an opportunity to be a hero as a business community to put us in a stronger position by approving these bonds and capping the public's investment. We know that there's been a lot of uncertainty tossed up from these storms. We know we have these issues facing us. We know the team has these issues facing us. But at least this caps our investment and puts us in a stronger negotiating position. I'm asking you to be the hero so you can tell people at Christmas parties this week that you helped to save baseball and that you stayed out of the way for progress and the future prosperity of our county. Commissioner Eggers and I share a little bit of background in umpiring. I was a 7-year youth umpire, tournament umpire. One thing I always got taught was to be a good official was to stay out of the way and let the players play and let them decide the game. I think that's what we need to do today. We should stay out of the limelight as a county and move forward to let this deal go forward. Mr. Scheer, Commissioner Scheer is a builder. Builders move forward and build homes. They make agreements. They get the thing done. If a deal gets made, your word is your bond. You're going to build that thing for them, right? Well, in this case, the bonds are our word in this instance. Let's move forward. Let's get the shovels in the ground, and let's get busy delivering for the people of Pinellas County and approve these bonds today. Finally, let's get this thing going.
Thank you, Ellen Whitman, and after Ellen is Robin Miller. Is Alan here? I saw Alan Whitman. Do we see Alan Whitman? Is he here? Well, Alan was in favor for the new stadium, so we're going to say he's waving in support. And Robin, you're up. After Robin, we're going to be going to a Zoom call with Peter Kent.
Wow, I really have to pull this down. Good afternoon, Robin Miller. I'm representing Tampa Bay Beach's Chamber of Commerce, 6990 Gulf Boulevard. And when we're faced with adversity, this is when leaders lead, right? There are 14 chambers in the county, and the Tampa Bay Beach's Chamber represents the largest number of hotel rooms in Pinellas County. That is who one day, way back when, created this fabulous fund of money that we're talking about today. So if our hoteliers didn't get together and create a bed tax fund, we wouldn't have this discussion. But there they are, they did. And not one of them are standing here today in a nay vote because they know the value that this project has on Pinellas County, on tourism, and on the goal of connecting our county to all of our beaches. We can keep talking about, the adversity we're facing through the storms, but those leaders that formed the TDC and the bed tax, they've been doing this for a very, very long time. And they know how to run their businesses. They know what their ADRs are. They know their projections of what's going to be coming up the pipeline in tourism. So fear not, your tourism community, it does support this project. So we do ask you to vote yes for the bonds today. And I'd also like to just mention one thing I thought of while I couldn't sleep planning this big move I have going on. Our county does a great job of luring and attracting businesses, and we've really have come a long way over at least the last 17 years I've been here. And we spend millions of dollars trying to bring companies like Dynasty Financial and Foot Locker and keeping Tech Data and keeping Valpak if they ever thought they'd want to leave. We have a very large company here. They just happen to be a major league team, but they're still a company. And they're already in our community, and they're investing in our community all the way up until today. And some of you know that they've already invested in this project and spent money to get this ball down home plate. So thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing your support and celebrating with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
We want to wish Robin all the best.
So we are going to Zoom on with Peter Kent.
Mr. Kent, can you hear us? Please go ahead and state your name and address.
Yes, I can unhear you. I'm unmuted. Hi, I'm Peter Kent. I reside at Academy Way, St. Petersburg. Commissioners, may I wish you a happy holidays. As a retired commissioner of public works who spent over a year studying this stadium deal in detail, I'd like to list 8 reasons to vote against these bonds today. Number 1, the Rays have said the deal is essentially dead. They have said that they do not have the financing to handle the cost overruns on the new stadium. Retired attorney William Ballard says the Rays' November 19th letter already committed an anticipatory default of the contract. Passing these bonds today after the Rays have said they cannot cover all the cost for overruns might legally release them from both their anticipatory default and also from the cost overrun obligations. 2, the Rays called the repairing of the existing stadium a bad use of funds. If fixed, are they committed to returning to the existing stadium for future games? 3, repeated polls have shown over 3 out of 4 voters do not like the stadium deal. 4, the $335 million tourist development bonds, plus the estimated $165 million in interest, is $500 million that can be redirected for projects that can bring in far more tourists, such as beach rehabilitation and museums. 5, if the Rays do not build a property tax-free stadium, a development will be built there instead. The city, county, and school districts will then receive about $644 million more in property taxes over the next 30 years versus a tax-free stadium. 6, if the deal fails, the city could sell the 87 acres for about $1.2 billion, plus save about $750 million in stadium and infrastructure bonds and interest. This will allow the city to cover some of its estimated $5 to $6 billion in badly needed city infrastructure storm hardening improvements. 7, in total, a no vote today redirects $3.2 billion of Pinellas County taxpayer money from a subsidy of the Rays towards projects where there's more, which are more needed and have a better payoff. And finally, 8, a possible solution. The proposed new stadium's pyramid-shaped roof and window wall could be added to the existing stadium for about $300 million. Then the existing stadium could be leased to the Rays for another 30 years. Voting no would result in this win-win solution for the county, the city, and the Rays. Thank you for your service to Pinellas County.
Thank you. And we're also on Zoom, I believe, for Robin Davidow.
Yes, Madam Chair. Robin Davidow, if you can hear us, please press star 9 to unmute yourself in the Zoom application, or raise your virtual hand. Can you hear us, Robin Davidow? When you can hear us, please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes. Robin Davidow, can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you.
Okay, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks. My name is Robin David of Osprey Drive South, St. Petersburg, and I'm here on behalf of the 400 members of the League of Women Voters in the St. Petersburg area and the 130 members of the League of Women Voters in North Pinellas County. I want to correct the public record regarding the pledge of county funds to pay annual debt service on the stadium bonds. The county is committing property taxes in addition to bed taxes. I refer you to page 28 of the city's preliminary official statement, and this is a quote from that. County tax increment revenues are available to pay debt service on the 2024 A stadium bonds. Tax increment revenues are another term for property taxes. In this case, those paid by county residents in downtown and midtown St. Petersburg. The amount of the pledged property taxes is also on page 28, and it's $108 million. But unlike bed taxes, there are no prohibitions on how these county public monies are spent. We believe that diverting $108 million of county and $700 million of city property taxes to pay for a stadium with no guaranteed return of revenue sharing is poor public policy. Lastly, I want to point out that the Rays contractual obligations do not include building affordable housing because they are allowed to buy out of that obligation. And even though there are fancy buildings on the renderings, the Rays have no obligation to build an African American museum or a performing arts center or a convention center or a typical sized grocery store. For these social justice and financial reasons, we urge you to vote no on these bonds. Taxpayers were denied the right to vote on these bonds, but voters spoke loudly and clearly in the last election. Taxpayers do not want their taxes used to subsidize ticket prices at Rays games for the next 40 years. Taxpayers want their taxes used to repair our city and county and bring our water, wastewater, and stormwater utilities up to date. The stories you heard earlier are heart-wrenching. The residents who have lost their homes and many working families who have been waiting years for affordable housing do not want $1 billion of their hard-earned money spent on a single-use stadium with no revenue sharing or guarantee of any return on investment. We ask you to respect and represent the voters and vote no. Be heroes to the working families, seniors, and young adult taxpayers who have to fill the hole created by the $1 billion diversion of tax funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ron Diner. And after Ron, we have William Ballard. And after William, we have Sharon Calvert.
I'm Ron Diner. I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. Your friend calls, tells you that they've signed a contract to build a house for a fixed price, and the builder asks you to go to take out a loan to pay him as he's about to spend a lot of money and he wants to make sure you have the money. Seems pretty reasonable. But as your friend is on his way to sign the papers, the builder calls saying costs are up and he cannot pay the costs alone. And your friend doesn't have any money to pay any more costs. What should you tell your friend? Logic and reason says tell them to turn around. The builder is not honoring the contract and you don't have a deal. See if you can work something out, and if you don't, move on. That's what's happening here, Commissioners. The Rays have asked you to sign a contract, and they've agreed to pay the cost overruns, and you can't afford to pay any more. But now the Rays ask you to move forward to approve the bonds because they're going to incur a lot of costs, and they want to make sure you're in before you spend the money, which seems pretty reasonable. But before you can vote today, they say the costs are up and they can't afford them alone. You need to do the same thing you said and that use the same logic and reason you told your friend. You don't have a deal. The Rays are not honoring the contract. You need to turn around and go home. Don't sign any documents. And in your case, tell Mayor Welch that he needs to renegotiate a deal. If he brings you a renegotiated deal, you can decide to vote on it or not at that time. But if he doesn't, then you can move on. There's been a lot of talk about bites at the apple and honoring agreements. If the Rays had just come forward and said, we would like to ask you to approve these bonds because we want to know you have approval, it might have been reasonable to do so. But that's not what they did. They came forward and said, we can't afford to pay for the bonds. Who's taking the second bite at the apple? It's not the county, it's the Rays. They have not said what will happen or what's going to happen. How much are the increased costs going to be, and who are going to pay them? They're the ones not honoring the contract. You need to use logic and reason and turn around and go home and wait to see if the mayor can produce a new transaction, because right now you don't have a deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Next, we have William Ballard, and then after William is Sharon Calvert.
My name is William Ballard. I live at 5560 Bahama Shores Drive south in St. Petersburg. The county agreed to make its contribution amount to the Rays because after a long negotiation, you'd come to a deal where the city and county were going to each put in a fixed amount, and the Rays were going to get, and the Rays would pay the balance of the project cost and agree, and did agree, to cover all cost overruns, including those due to unforeseen circumstances. The deal, you voted on a resolution for 12 agreements. That resolution, a resolution approving 12 agreements related to the redevelopment of the historic gas plant district, including a new stadium for the Rays. This is one unified deal, and it all stands up or it all goes down. Now, I am suggesting to you here today that because the Rays have repudiated a core obligation of this agreement, that you should not go forward with the bonds, but you or the city together should initiate an action for a declaratory judgment as to what your rights and duties are under these contract documents. I think it would bring the Rays to the table and get this thing worked out up or down. you're going to be drug along if you don't. If you do choose to approve issuance of these bonds, I urge you to amend the resolution to include, one, a declaration that their conduct has breached the contract, and two, a cogent explanation of why you're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sharon Calvert, and after Sharon is Jeremy Tolbert.
I'm Sharon Calvert, and I live in Tierra Verde. I love the Rays. However, I'm asking you to vote no on this agenda item. The county funding for a new Rays stadium is a contentious issue, and it was never placed on a ballot. The Hurricanes are a poster child for why public funds should not be used to fund sports stadiums for sports team owners. They really exposed how financially vulnerable the Rays actually are. There are almost 16 million tourists who came to Pinellas County in 2023. Only a small fraction of them going to a Rays game. Most of the games are attended by those who live in Tampa Bay. And this recent headline from the Tampa Bay Business Journal indicates the Rays may play in Omaha in 2026, nowhere near the Tampa Bay area. It's not Pinellas County responsibility to develop or transform St. Petersburg by funding stadiums. St. Petersburg has broken infrastructure. They continue to dump sewage into our bay. And if they want to do that deal, that is their choice. But the county should not have any part of this flawed deal that was bad to begin with, and now we see it's worse. The county should not be signing contracts that do not include a way out for the county to back out because things can change very quickly, or signing contracts that allow the Rays to develop the land if they never build a stadium. And the county should not be tying the hands of future county commissions with heavy debt for decades. Because when economic downturns or crisis occurs, it's the bondholders who get paid first. I also cannot find any analysis done regarding the opportunity cost lost if those funds were spent elsewhere. Because we know our natural resources and our beaches are the foundation of our economy in Pinellas County. As I said before, many are suffering from the hurricanes. Look at Zillow. So many of those homes are being sold as is. People are now fleeing the county. Pinellas County needs to put their residents, their constituents, and all business owners of Pinellas County first. The time to get out of this flawed deal is now. Choosing winner and losers by subsidizing sports team owners is not proper governance. Vote no on county bonding out hundreds of millions of debt dollars for decades to fund a stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Jeremy Tolberg, and then Jean-Marie Leon will be after Jeremy.
My name is Jeremy Tolberg. I live at 417 Lido Way in St. Petersburg, Florida. Esteemed commissioners and fellow citizens, I'm here today to urge you to reject any further funding for a luxury stadium complex for the Tampa Bay Rays. We're in a time of urgent need across Pinellas County, and this proposal represents a grave misallocation of resources that would harm taxpayers while prioritizing the profits of a wealthy team owner. I know many supporters of this project truly love baseball and what it represents to fans in the area. The allure of a new stadium comes with promises of economic revitalization and increased tourism. Unfortunately, though, all evidence suggests otherwise. Independent studies show that anticipated economic benefits of new sports venues consistently fail to materialize for the public, 80% of whom objected to the terms of this deal in a true independent poll. For the Rays, this dynamic is even more troubling. Asking the public to subsidize their private profits while ignoring pressing local needs is not just irresponsible, it's exploitative. The recent behavior of team leadership is deeply concerning as well. Recent outbursts of broken promises and dismissive attitudes toward public concerns highlight a pattern of dishonesty from the team. Just yesterday, team officials submitted a hasty letter to you, strongly indicating they've already overstated their own spending by 400%. Such behavior should absolutely disqualify them from receiving further public funding. If they cannot negotiate in good terms now, how can we trust them to honor future commitments? Our community is still reeling from the devastating impacts of 2 hurricanes. The repair costs facing Pinellas County are massive. Families are struggling to rebuild, neighborhoods remain in disrepair, and infrastructure is in dire need of restoration. The livelihoods of countless businesses and individuals depend on having healthy, resilient coastal communities. Renourishing and refortifying our beaches is of the utmost importance. To even consider diverting public funds to a luxury stadium at this time is morally indefensible. Resources should be directed to rebuilding lives and preparing for future disasters, not subsidizing a sports franchise. The amount of visitors coming to our area to attend a baseball game is minuscule in comparison to the millions of visitors coming here to enjoy our beaches. The choice before us is not about building a stadium. It's about setting priorities that reflect our community's needs and a simple, unflinching truth that public funds must serve the public good. Our highest calling as citizens should be ensuring that our actions secure a prosperous and resilient future for all residents of Pinellas County. Funding this proposal will not only fail to accomplish any of those goals, it will negatively impact our area's ability to recover from devastating storms year after year after year. I urge all of you on County Commission to reject any further funding for this stadium project. Protect and safeguard the citizens of Pinellas County whom you represent. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next is Jean Marie Leon, and then after that is Andrew Vassie.
My name is Jean-Marie Leon. I live at 1015 48th Avenue Northeast. Last time I spoke from the heart as a dad, as a veteran, and a longtime St. Pete resident. This time I'm speaking as a founder of the JEDA Project, the Justice, Equity, Trust, and Accountability Project. It seeks all those noble characters from all elected officials, regardless of party affiliation. As such, requiring accountability from private corporations seeking public funds for privately owned baseball stadium is crucial. We know that the deal is not just. It was done in the dark, behind closed doors, and does not reflect the public interest. Taxpayer money should be used for projects that benefit the public in clear way and not in speculations. The lack of transparency was so glaring that hundreds of thousands of dollars were promised to city employees for shoving that deal down our throat. I thank this body for standing firm while ensuring that public funds are not misused for private gain, as the Democrat of St. Pete will want you to do. As stated, I'm sick and tired of speculation about the economic impact. Good custodian of the people's money will have required economic studies to show how likely the deal is to provide the promised economic benefit to local communities. Great custodian, however, of the people's money will have required the ways to provide financial statement, and depending on their financial leverage, require a deposit for cost overrun. The so-called funding gap that currently exists proves that the raise are over-leveraged and can't even cover the costs. This deal makes most of the residents feel that the game is rigged and that there is no fairness. The rails are receiving undue advantages and subsidies at the expense of the public. It does not matter where the money is coming from. Putting it in a stadium now when our infrastructure needs an entire overhaul is reckless and does not promote a fair distribution of resources. I sat and I heard Brandy Gabbard, Gina Driscoll, and many Democrats say that we can do both. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. I agree. But I also agree if you are in the street, you should stop chewing and start running faster because you might get overrun. Moreover, if we could do both, why wasn't it done before? Why aren't we both on the subject?
Thank you.
Thank you, and God is good.
Andrew Vesey.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Vasey, 6th Street East, Treasure Island, Florida, and also 4 Airbnbs subsequent to that. I have 3 minutes to make the county up to $600 million and make this a fair market deal for your bond issue. I feel kind of like I'm on Shark Tank, so let me get into the details. In addition to living here in Pinellas County, Treasure Island, I'm an advisor to some of the largest private equity funds in the United States. I've completed airport public-private partnership deals for Goldman Sachs, for JP Morgan, for Oak Tree Capital, and I've done more airport public-private partnerships than anybody in the country. I'm not here to oppose baseball and the benefits it brings. I'm here to try to convince you that you have the leverage today to make this deal better and bring up to $600 million of unrestricted cash to the county in the process. So if you just heard gentlemen talking about infrastructure, other things, why not do this deal and bring a fair market value to you? And this is the world that I work in. Okay? I've been in the room of many investment committees on the private side. So I've sat in the room with the other side looking at how these deals get calculated. And I've seen how these work. The Rays Hines Group knows this is a wildly favorable deal for them. It's going to mean Rolls Royces for everybody by the time this thing plays itself out. We would sit in investment committee and we would game theory through when government would ask to make the deal better. We would have a deal with the government of Puerto Rico on an airport, city of St. Louis, Westchester County, New York, different deals I've worked on. And we would wonder, when is the government going to actually come back and ask for what is fair market? But we hoped they didn't, and this is how we would walk through it in investment committee. By delaying this vote and requiring the mechanism of revenue share and an exit fee in the gas plant development, you can meet all the goals that have been laid out here. So I'm not here to oppose the use of the bonds, and you'll bring up to $600 million of unrestricted cash back to the county over the term of this deal. You are a partner and an investor in this deal if you structure it this way. Can you not look further into this opportunity? Or are you going to give away your leverage today by rushing this to a vote? This does not take hundreds of pages of changes and $1 million of additional legal fees to make this happen. This language for revenue share and exit fees exists in public-private partnership deals today, and I have examples of them that I could provide you. So this is not something that you can say the lawyers are going to take a long time on.
Thank you. Your Shark Tank speech has hit its limit.
Sorry, they're expecting you to ask for this, so I hope that you do.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to questions. Commissioner Latvallow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions from Mr. Abrams. While he's coming up, I guess I will ask Barry a question. Since it's come up, cost overruns, that's been discussed a lot. Who is responsible for those currently?
So the structure of the agreement the agreement that was passed in July, the Rays not only have to cover all cost overruns for the project, they also have to, and that's where we get into the revenue sharing and everything else. They have to cover all future CapEx improvements to the stadium, maintenance, insurance, everything. And so that's the major shift from the other ideas that have been thrown out. But in this particular case, they have to cover any cost overruns.
Right. So, and that's because recently they said that they couldn't handle the cost overruns, but.
Commissioner, to make sure everyone can hear you, could you
I'm sorry.
put that, thank you.
Recently, they've said that they can't cover the cost overruns but on the deal that we're discussing that was approved in July, they're responsible for that, is that correct?
That's correct. Under the agreement that was signed in July, they are responsible for any and all cost overruns.
All right. Mr. Abrams, just for the people that are watching, you've been advising the county on this deal. You've are a stadium consultant that you've done stadium deals all around the country. Can you tell us roughly how many stadium deals you have done in your career?
I get asked that question a lot. Hi, Commissioner Latvala, Madam Chair. Yeah, I can move it up. Does it come up a little bit higher? Okay. How's that? Better? All right, thank you. Commissioner Latvala, 25 or 30? I don't know. I mean, I've been doing this since the early 90s, so a lot of the deals are, I just don't remember, but it's in the 25 or 30 range.
But it's all through all major sports, baseball, football, basketball.
Every one of them has been in the major sports.
Okay.
In North America, yes.
Before the meeting, we were talking, and you mentioned that currently you are working on like 8 deals. Is that correct?
Right now, I think in various stages, between 8 and 9, I think, yes.
Okay. So taking into account your expertise over the last 30 years, have you ever seen a 30-day delay result in a cost overrun that would be in the $100 million or $200 million range?
No.
Okay. Based on your expertise, 30 years doing 25 deals or so, could a cost overrun that is being discussed currently, could that result in budgetary issue, construction issue, inflation issue, things like that?
Well, I mean, if you're asking 30 days would not create this gap that perhaps people have been talking about, there's been every transaction that's happening across the United States in the sports space that's to construction has been experiencing increased costs of building the projects, and it's generally because costs have gone up, labor, materials costs, not necessarily supply chain, but we've had a modest inflationary spike in construction materials and in labor, and that's probably what is contributing to the increased costs that the team has explained that they're proposed to have incurred.
Right. Which they may or may not have.
I haven't seen the budget, so
Right.
they haven't shared any new budgets with me.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the process of buying and selling a team. Because the owner, while he's a billionaire, is not like a typical sports owner that's worth $10, $20 billion that, you know, he's not a Steve Cohen, for instance. So, and it's been suggested that he's going to have to sell, you know, a stake in his team to be able to perhaps fund the stadium. If he were to sell a minority stake in the Rays, he would have to receive MLB approval for that.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be like public information that,
I mean, there wouldn't be, it would be reported publicly, but I don't think the details of the transaction would be public.
that would be something that you would know, or like it would be like in the newspaper.
It's likely that we would have knowledge of it, or
Okay.
we would see that, yeah. Mhm.
So there hasn't been a whole lot in this process that I trust them on. But the one instance that I do believe that they were probably telling the truth was when they had a conversation with one of my colleagues right before our first meeting in, I guess it was October, before we had the first delay. And in that conversation, they told my colleague that they were having some issues with the finances. If, say, the owner, Mr. Sternberg, in October, November now, was attempting to try to sell part of the team, a good significant chunk of the team, based on your experience, how long would that take?
I mean, it could take anywhere from 3 months to 6 months, depending on what the size was and who the buyer was.
Okay. But then that all gets vetted by the league, by the owner?
Yeah, so the typical methodology would be they would present a potential purchaser, whether at a small portion or a modest-sized portion. They would get, there would be due diligence on that purchaser by the league, obviously by the seller, right, and their attorneys, and then they would enter into a purchase and sale contract. And it just depending on the particulars, it could take several months.
Thank you. I have some comments, but I'll wait until
Okay,
my colleagues have
questions?
questions.
Commissioner Scheer, did you have questions?
I had questions for Dawn, Madam Chair.
For Don?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is, I thought you'd announce yourself and tell everybody who you are.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Don Kroll from your county attorney's office.
Don, you've worked on this contract for years, right? You know the ins and out, and
Long period of time, yes, sir.
it's a tri-party agreement between us and the city and the county, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your opinion, are we obligated to commence this vote, commence the bonds now or 30 days after the Rays have satisfied the conditions of the contract?
There isn't a time frame in the contract for the county's action per se. There are timeframes for the Rays to take actions. There are practical aspects of when those things need to happen now.
Okay. So, under the terms of the agreement, I've counted at least 11 conditions that must be satisfied before we are required to proceed with these bonds, to raise the money, to give to them to build their stadium. Can you tell us, I don't believe they've been satisfied. Are you aware that all these conditions have been satisfied?
The conditions you're referring to, I believe that you're talking about are the 3.3A within the development and funding agreement are conditions precedent to the county's obligation to commence the sale of bonds. There are a number of them, some of which are arguably completed, others are most likely not completed. Matt Silverman sent an email late yesterday that the county administrator and I have been looking at. They have sent a table that reflects their opinion about how some of these things have been satisfied, but many, if not most of these, have to be satisfied to the county's satisfaction, and they've provided no supporting documentation for us to be able to say those things are satisfied. Some have also said NA at this time. So I think that's the best answer I can give you.
Okay, so all 11 have not been satisfied. If we do not vote on the bonds today, are we in default of any?
No, sir.
If we vote no on the bonds today, are we in default of the contract?
I don't believe so, no.
If the Rays do not satisfy their conditions as of March 31st, are they in default, or does the agreement self-terminate?
There's a provision in the contract that says if the Rays do not meet those conditions precedent in 3.3A, I believe it's, I'm sorry, if they don't meet in 3.3B, I'm sorry, it's 3.3B for the county, 3.3A is for the city. If they don't meet those conditions by March 31st of 2025, the contract automatically terminates.
Okay. And one more question, and I know a lot of my friends in St. Petersburg are always worried that if we don't pass these bonds today or tomorrow or the next week, that we will not build a stadium and that the Rays will own 65 acres in downtown. But it's my understanding that if this contract self-terminates due to the inability of the Rays to satisfy those 11 conditions, then they will also self-terminate their agreement to take down the property in St. Petersburg.
There's a provision in the historic gas plant redevelopment agreement between the Rays, Heinz Group, and the City of St. Petersburg that provides, in the event of a termination of the development and funding agreement under certain conditions, and the one you've stated is one of those conditions, it will terminate the Rays Heinz Group's ability to take down further properties. So to the extent they'd already taken down properties, the agreement would continue on to, they'd have to continue to comply with all the terms of that agreement, but it would cease their ability to take down any further properties. And to my knowledge, they've taken down no property at this time.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Could I ask a follow-up question to Don?
I'm going to give you a follow-up question, and then we're going to Commissioner Flowers.
Okay, excuse me. So I just want to make sure on the automatic termination as of March 31st, and let's say at that point they have done everything that they were supposed to do and they don't, so it's not automatically terminated. Do we have a time frame under which we need to finance the stadium?
There's not a provision in the contract that speaks to the time frame.
And the time frame, I'm not sure who would answer this, to do that, to do the bonding process and get the funds, marketed for those dollars. How long does that process take?
Well, that process actually started because we had a bond validation process through court. So it was always anticipated that we would go to bond market in January, just because of the court proceedings and things like that. That was the general timeline. So the legal question is, there's no time limit on our part. There's a practical piece that those pieces would be in place, escrow funds, et cetera, and stuff, to complete this process.
Okay. Did you have something else?
No, it's a number of weeks to get through that from where we sit today. But the county administrator's point is correct. There are also, business factors that would be affected that aren't directly applied within the provisions of the contract. So to say that we don't have a date or a time frame specifically in the contract language is one thing. To say it would have not have an effect, that's a different question that would be more of a business question.
I'm not sure I'm following all of that nuance that you just talked about, so I'm going to let that one go for now.
Can we go to Commissioner
let's go.
Flowers?
Yeah, that was
And then
a
we'll
good
come back
follow-up.
to you.
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. So Don, I'm going to go backwards a little bit. So in regards to the conversation just recently as it relates to whether or not the sale of the bonds and being able to put those funds in escrow, which is that pot of money that would hold the city's 200+ million, our 300+ million, and the raised 700+ million. Is there any language in the contract regarding arbitrage, deposits and disbursements, or anything that would have a negative impact if all of those dollars are not present in that pot? I do understand that we assured that the county's funds would be funds of last resort. That's the word I'm gonna use. The Rays have to use their money first in that pot of money, and then ours come? Or is it just the pot of money is there and they just draw from that pot of money?
There's kind of two time frames. So first, there's an escrow account that if the county were to adopt its bonds, the money would flow into that escrow account until a next set of conditions precedent were met. And again, that assumes that all of the first set of conditions precedent had been met. When they met the second set of conditions precedent, the county's money would be able to flow from the escrow account to the construction funds trust account. Within both the escrow agreement and the draft construction funds trust agreement, which is on your list of documents to approve the form today, there are provisions that deal with arbitrage and shortage and those kinds of issues. There's also a provision that in the event that the county money goes into the county's escrow account and those second set of conditions precedent are not met, the Rays are obligated to pay the cost of any arbitrage or shortage of interest and the cost of issuance of those bonds to basically put us back to whole.
That was going to be my second question. Does that make us then whole should they not adhere or meet those stipulations?
That's the intent of that contract.
And it does make us whole. Mr. Abrams? Hi. So, Mr. Abrams, I know how long you've been a part of this. I know that you were asked to come in from the county side, which I thought was a very good move based on the breakdown in communication between parties. But for our new colleagues, in case they're not aware, or anyone that may be listening, about how long have you been involved as the person to mediate, if you will, the communications and dialogue between the city, the county, and the Rays, and to kind of get things back on track so that we could have a true conversation about contractual negotiation?
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Yeah, so just to reintroduce myself, it's David Abrams with Inner Circle Sports. I think I was contracted first by the city under the former mayor, and I think that was in 2022.
That was through a competitive selection process.
Yeah, I responded to an RFP by the city. We had a joint agreement, or at least there was a joint agreement taken up by the city and the county to share our services. I believe that we entered into later of 2022. I might have started in 2021 with the city and then the joint agreement in 2022. So I've been involved in all of the conversations between the city and the county as it relates to the negotiation of the business documents since then.
And at that time, through that time, would you say that the end product of your mediation, conversation, contract negotiations, would you say that any of that is abnormal or outside of the realm of the way in which government entities, sports entities, and local communities communicate in order to structure a deal?
No, Commissioner. I mean, these are very complex transactions, as you well know. I don't think there's been anything out of the ordinary. They typically take a long period of time, and there's a lot of back and forth. Typically, parties push back and walk away from time to time, which we've had over the course of those couple of years. The end result put us very much in line with what we see around the country in public-private partnerships. So there was a lot of similarities in terms of public investment, but no, nothing out of the ordinary. And believe me, Commissioner, I've seen a lot, so.
That's why I'm asking you these questions. So in the 25, 26 or so sports deals that you've been involved in on any given level, have you ever been involved in a potential deal where all conditions have been met prior to any additional funding coming into play in order to make the deal happen and start construction?
I mean, usually the conditions precedent, like Don was talking about, happen right before they actually need to happen. So it's usually you don't see all of the funding show up months and months before, and all of the Rays have actually produced some documents in terms of their Major League Baseball loans and some other documents, but I never anticipate all of the funding to be there and everybody at the ready until it's absolutely necessary. It just seems to be the way it goes. So it doesn't surprise me that some of those conditions precedent haven't been satisfied, and there are a number of things that have to happen.
And so based on your expertise for the number of things that seem to have happened, and from your reading or engagement or knowledge of our potential contract, as it relates to the bonds, would you say that that is out of the ordinary, that we would move forward to execute the sale of those bonds, to put those funds in escrow, particularly since if certain things don't happen, if certain triggers aren't pulled, those funds are not able to be accessed?
I understand. Well, first of all, before the county or the city would issue its bonds, forget about approving it, because by approving it, you're not forced to actually sell the debt, right? So by approving it, you would not actually issue the debt until they've hit certain milestones. Certain milestones, and not all of them have been met. And then before you actually sold the bonds and allowed the money to be spent, there were other conditions precedent that they raise have to meet, as well as the city and the county. And so all of those checks and balances have to be in line. There's nothing unusual in that. And I would anticipate everybody coming to the table with their particular funding and having met those milestones. Some of those are not financial milestones. They're design and development criteria and things like that.
And would you say it is normal or abnormal that during a construction phase, there could potentially be costs that were not thought about or included based on supply chain, based on if we had another storm next year while construction's going on, that is something normal or abnormal when looking at the construction of a sports?
It's quite normal, Commissioner. You're looking at a project that it's $1 billion+ in the making. There are always elements that you didn't expect, right?
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. I just have some closing comments later, but those are the questions I have right now.
I'm going to go
Thank
to
you so much,
Commissioner
Mr.
Eggers.
Yeah, Mr. Abrams, if you don't mind. Just a couple of questions. And I like a lot of the questions that my colleagues are asking, and I had some of them, and some of them really appreciate those perspectives. So we talk about revenue sharing and some deals, and there's no real revenue sharing here, but we are putting the most of the costs, if not all the costs, on the team.
Correct. I mean, in lieu of revenue sharing, the city and the county are not abdicating, but they have shifted to the private sector the operating expenses of the building, including insurance, including day of game expenses, at least a certain amount. I think the city is participating into a certain level over and above a threshold. And then all of the CapEx expenses, capital improvement expenses over the life of the stadium usage. So over 30 years, renewal and replacement of worn out fixtures, plant, and the plant and equipment. And so all of that has been shifted over to the private sector. Before that, in the existing agreement, the city actually funds a fair amount of that improvement to the building over time. So if there a revenue sharing agreement in many cases in sort of the modern public-private partnership, Commissioner, would use that share of revenue to actually fund CapEx or operating expenses. So it wouldn't actually exit the project. So if the city and the county were to receive a share of revenues, more often than not, and I'm not saying it's 100%, but more often than not, a lot of that money would just stay in the project, and it would be used to fund cost of maintaining it because it's a shared ownership.
The idea of the timing is where I'm kind of having some issues with. So March 31st is the time at which the team must perform.
Right.
And if we're going to work in a timely basis, one would think that having our funds ready to go, as opposed to, tip to tail.
Yeah. I mean, the intent was for the city and the county to issue their debt in November and close in December, put it in escrow pending the conditions precedent being met by the team, which would have put our funds into a construction fund account somewhere in the February or March range. The hurricanes obviously delayed some of the validation proceedings, and so everything got pushed maybe by a month. So assuming the pending validations, that the city and the county would issue their debt in, let's say, January, because the last couple of days of the year, last couple of weeks of the year are really not great times to issue municipal debt, that they would be issued in January. The funds would be available to be used sometime in late January, pending the raise actually having done a few things. One is they had to show that they've spent a certain amount of money. They have to have all of their financing aligned, and they have to have their design and development, their design documents at a certain percentage, among other things.
And some of those are precedent to us even going to bond market.
Right.
So this authorization does not mean we go to bond market. Until they've met those conditions, we do not issue debt.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that's exactly right, and the county administrator is exactly right. The protections that we put in there is that you approve the bonds, but you're not issuing them until they've reached certain milestones. And then even after you issue the bonds, no money is actually spent on the project until they've reached additional milestones. Should they not reach those milestones, as Mr. Crowell had mentioned, then the Rays are responsible for unwinding the transaction, paying all of the costs of the county and the city to unwind those bond issues.
And all of their dollars have to be in that escrow account as well?
In the second phase. The first phase, they have to show, and it's kind of outlined in their letter, and Don can speak to it, but they have to show, for instance, they've spent at least $10 million. They have to show us design documents. They have to show us certain things. The letter from Major League Baseball, which we have seen. So there's certain things we've seen, but all the other things that are, until they complete the items here, we will not go to bond market. We cannot. The chair cannot sign that until they satisfy these.
Do they also have their own escrow account that they're funding?
That comes as part of the second phase, and they'll have to do those before we move it from our escrow over to the Construction Funds Trust Agreement. They have to satisfy those.
That's it for right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Nowicki.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Abrams, yeah, sure, while you're in the hot seat.
Yeah, no problem.
It's good to see you again. I think we had a call back in November 21st. Towards the end of that call, I asked you if there was one thing that could have been done differently, that we could have got more of as the government, how this deal could be better. Do you remember what your answer was?
I don't. I'm sorry. I probably would have said that I would have wanted the Rays to put more money into the project, but that's what I would have always said, because my representation is for the city and the county, and I'd like to protect the capital as best as possible. But I felt that we shifted a lot of the expense over to the Rays, such that I felt good about the percentage of capital coming in from city and county in relation to the overall project, and I felt very good that the Rays were taking on responsibilities that heretofore were really shared responsibilities. So I might have said putting in more capital. Is that what I said? I just don't know.
No, but that's good that you said that. And then you said something else. You said that we're only getting 27,000 seats. And so the amount of money that we're putting up would really get us upwards of middle 30,000, 35,000, 37,000 seats. And that economy of scale would have a much more bigger economic impact having all of those seats. Could you talk about that for a little bit?
I mean, in the last 20 years, professional sports stadia have shrunk in size. And they've actually shrunk in size and created more different levels of seating. So more premium product, more lower bowl, less upper bowl, and further away from the playing surface. And so it's competing with high-definition television, it's streaming media. Not as many people come to stadiums as they used to all around the country, depending on marquee events that notwithstanding. And so they're trying to right-size or optimize. And so the architects and engineers really try to optimize stadiums. And so they create flex space. A lot of it, so look at it this way, is that, so my generation sat in a seat, didn't move, right? And you got up to order food when you were hungry and came back to the seats. These days, we have 6 or 7 different ways that you can use a stadium in premium products, restaurants, standing room, areas that give you access to very different parts of the stadium. And so right-sizing them really actually is less fixed seating. It doesn't mean less capacity, generally speaking. It typically means just less fixed seating.
Right. And so out of your 25 to 30 plus stadium deals, how many of them did you actually work for the government side of it?
I would say it's about a 50-50 mix for me. Right now, I'm working with about 5 governments and 4 private sector, 4 teams. But in my history in sports, I started out doing more private sector. And then because I worked in municipal finance, I ended up doing a lot of government finance as well.
So in the first...
It's very balanced, Commissioner.
But in the first half, those first 25 to 30 was more working for the billionaires.
I cut my teeth learning from the best in the business, and I think that that's actually valuable because I don't think a government would want to hire me to negotiate with a as you say, a billionaire owner, if I didn't know what was going on in their minds and what they were looking for. So I learned from some of the best owners in the business about how to negotiate their sports deals, and I did that. I've done that with government as well. I don't think it works the other way. If I had done it from the government side, I'd be learning on the job and probably not doing a great job for my clients.
Right, and so as my understanding, you're a consultant and you necessarily didn't negotiate this deal. Is that correct? You just kind of gave advice on what to see, or did you negotiate the deal? Because my understanding, our county administrator was our main negotiator.
Your county administrator was the main negotiator because it was his responsibility, but I was at his side every step of the way. And as I was with the city administrator and the mayor's office.
And is there also an incentive that you get paid when we issue bonds?
My contract had several pieces. One was being paid along the way at certain milestones, and then because there's a significant amount of expense to what I do, I offered to defer it until when bonds were issued. It's not really my typical style. In fact, my sense is I feel that our contractors should be honored because everybody's signed the agreements, but I offered to extend it until bonds were issued.
Now, in your 25, 30-plus deals...
By the way, excuse me, it's not related to size of the issue either. It's just a fixed amount.
Thank you for noting that for the record. In your 25 to 30 deals, have you ever seen a major league team get a $600+ million subsidy and 65 acres of prime real estate?
And walk away, or just do it?
No, just get $600 million+ for a subsidy for a stadium, plus, or as a consultant, it was my understanding that the point of giving them the 65 acres and the historic gas plant at such a deep discount was to offset some of those cost overruns and risk in a stadium. And so have you seen it in your tenure, 25, 30 years, where a major league team would get $600+ million in a subsidy to build the stadium plus that much land?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
But you have to put it in the context of...
Which ones?
Time. I'm going to go through that because I have a list of them. But you have to look at it from time, because if you look at something 10 years ago, it's not fair to say $600 million and the property. But so Cardinals Ballpark Village in 2014, I don't have the actual math on all of that. The Battery in Atlanta, which was done in 2017, was $300 million and change plus I think 100+ acres, but I don't know exactly the time. Wrigleyville was all privately financed, but they did get concessions from the city of Chicago. Padres Ballpark Village in 2018. Texas Live with the Rangers was in 2018 was in the 3-ish, $400 million range. Rockies McGregor Square in 2021, ongoing, and then, well, not quite ongoing, but ongoing. And Giants Mission Rock, which is San Francisco Giants. Those are all mixed-use development projects in the baseball place, which many of them, again, look, it's impossible to say, yes, this one, and this one, they're all exactly the same. They're very different, as you know. But there was substantial public investment in most of those with the development that goes with it. And by the way, and I know you and I talked about this, what I feel very strongly about is that you just don't build a stadium with the hopes that development happens around it. You create the catalyst for the stadium to be built, and you commit dollars, and you commit the developer to doing certain things along the way.
Now, you said
I feel that that's the methodology that this community is pursuing, but should be pursued around the country.
Great. And then you said when one of my colleagues asked you a question, normally you don't see the money show up months and months in advance.
No. You want to know why? Is that the...
No. So why... So did you make the recommendation for us to move forward with the bonds, to have our money showed up months and months in advance?
No.
You didn't make that recommendation?
I didn't make that recommendation because I don't advise you on municipal debt.
Okay, thank you. I got few questions for Don.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Hey, Don, good to see you. Could you list off all of the conditions for everybody?
Yes, it's going to take me a minute to get to that, but, and I will say that the Rays have a truncated form they sent us that have
Just as your understanding of their conditions, that I sent you an email on 12/12 asking you to list all conditions. So if you just list all the conditions needed. They said this was going to be a long meeting, so.
Yeah, if you give me just 1 second, I'm sorry.
Would you like my
I don't
copy,
want to
Don?
rely on the Ray's specific emailed answer, but in the interest of time, I will, generally speaking, I expect these are generally correct. 3.3B1 relates to execution and delivery of basically all of the documents, the development and funding agreement, the operating agreement, and the other documents that were approved in July of this past summer, as well as having the form of the construction funds trust agreement in a final form. Those we believe are all satisfied. We've got those executed agreements except for the construction funds trust agreement, and they have confirmed that the draft that we've presented to you is the final form that's acceptable to them. The city's also agreed to that. 3.3B2 is that the Stadco Rays Stadium Company has caused the architect to provide evidence that design is at a 50% complete design development documents for the stadium improvements. 3.3B3 is the evidence that Stadco has satisfied or will satisfy prior to the funding release date all conditions relating to the commencement and performance of the project improvements work that's set forth in section 7.8B of the development funding agreement, and that's a laundry list of other kind of procedural steps. 3.3B4, evidence of design and pre-construction progress related to the project improvements to assure the conditions in sections 3.5A1 and 2 can be met within the time frame set forth in the project schedule. 3.3B5, it's evidence of Stadco's capacity to fund the Stadco contribution amount based on the then current project budget referenced in section 3.3C3, which includes a number of sub-steps. One, Stadco's plan of finance for the project improvements. Evidence that Stadco is able no later than the date the city and county bonds are issued to draw fully on or receive the full funds from the MLB infrastructure facility for a loan in the amount of at least $100 million. We did receive letters from MLB that reflect and the documents from MLB that show those are ready to close. Evidence of availability of any cash portion of the Stadco contribution amount, which will be in the form of a letter of owner equity commitment from the holdco principal owner, which was in Exhibit G to the development and funding agreement, together with confirmation from the holding company for the Rays Stadium and the Rays Baseball Club, principal owners, financial or accounting firms, that the holding company's principal owner has available liquid funds to satisfy his obligations under the owner equity commitment letter. Firm commitment letters from each credit facility from the lender for each credit facility, excluding the Major League Baseball loan for the Rays. Stadco has provided evidence that has incurred and paid at least $10 million of project costs. Evidence sufficient to estimate the project costs not expected to be included within the construction manager at risk agreement and the design build agreement, and B, the project costs expected to be included within the construction manager at risk agreement and the design build agreement. Then there's also provisions within 3.3D. Those primarily relate to actions that had to be that are outside of the direct control of the Rays, one of which is the county adopting all of the necessary resolutions to move forward with its bond sale. Second is that the bond validation has proceeded forward and we have a bond validation judgment, and that either there have been no appeals during the applicable appellate timeframe or appeals have been successfully dealt with.
Don?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we've all read this, and I think hopefully he's gotten to your point, but.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll move on to
So
the next
instead of him
question.
reading the contract, all of us have read.
Sure, yeah.
If there was one particular point, bring that up, and we can highlight that point.
Yeah, gotcha.
Thank
Okay,
you.
well, thank you. So Don, I emailed you yesterday asking that all the conditions have been met, because it was brought up in our workshop that, it wouldn't be signed off on until you were 150% sure that all of the conditions were met and satisfied by the raise. And I asked you if based off what they sent yesterday, have all the conditions been met and you've been satisfied 150%? And what was your response?
No.
Okay. And is there anything in the contract that requires us to, quote, call their bluff?
No.
Is there anything in the contract that, quote, we have to hold their feet to the fire?
No.
Okay. And then generally speaking for Don or maybe Barry, have the Rays asked us to issue the bonds? Because, I mean, based off the letter that Brian Auld sent on the 19th and what Matt Silverman sent yesterday, I mean, the Rays haven't even asked us for the money yet. So why are we moving forward when they haven't even said that they need the money? Is my understanding based on or have they asked saying that we need the money?
They responded to our letter, and you have a copy of their response. So we have an agreement, and we are moving forward as though they'll satisfy all of the conditions precedent to us going to bond sale.
But they haven't asked saying, hey, we need this money because we're moving forward with construction. They haven't said that or
Not
asked
directly,
that.
no.
And then I guess, kind of lastly, Don, for now, I was briefly emailing you because one of the speakers brought up TIF dollars, that they mentioned page 28, relocation of county surplus resources and the TIF fund to the new stadium project after the county reaches its contribution cap. Are there TIF dollars going towards, I'm kind of confused on why someone would say that, and what's...
There was an amendment to the in-town community redevelopment agreement done in July that allows for, well, let me say this. There was an agreement in the past to spend up to $108.1 million of the county portion of tax increment within the in-town redevelopment area for a list of projects. In July, that project list was expanded to include project costs for the Rays Stadium, or for the new stadium. So
if there is a residual remaining, it does not
within
increase the cap.
Within that $108.1 million, none of the amount changed. So it's project costs, and the part Barry's talking about is if there is anything in excess of that, within that $108.1 million, that could be available for other project costs related to the Rays Stadium.
Is there money in there now in excess?
You've not reached the end of the TIF. So the current in-town TIF was capped some time ago at $108 million.
Right.
That is available to be spent within that. This agreement only says that if there are project costs where they could spend all the money now. If they spend all the money now, it's an approved project. It falls within those guidelines. If there's any residual and the city doesn't spend that funds, then those could go to project costs. That was the change that was made in July. It did not increase the amount that was previously committed to that TIF.
And, we were also talking a little bit yesterday, Don, about putting up our money in escrow, that if we do go forward, with this and our money goes in escrow, that the Rays can invest that money with strict guidelines, and then they would get to keep the interest or return profit of that money, the bond money that goes into escrow. They would get to keep that and put it towards project costs.
There's two time frames. One, when the initial bond sale happens and it goes into the escrow agreement, the money, county money doesn't just sit in cash in a bucket. It ends up being invested, and there's an investment excuse me, a county investment policy, and the clerk of court typically directs that. And within the escrow agreement, the clerk of court would continue to direct the investment of those funds. And there's limitations within our investment plan as well as state law that dictate the types of investments those can go on. But the interest on that bond fund will stay in that escrow agreement. In the event the raise do not satisfy that second set of conditions precedent, those interests that accrue would be used to pay bondholders over time, and any delta or loss as a result of that would go back to that contract provision that the raise had to make whole anyway.
Because we couldn't refund the bonds once they're.
Correct. The interest would be accruing and be used to repay those bondholders. Now, the other step is when it moves over to the construction fund trust agreement, all the money in the escrow agreement, including that interest, would roll down into the construction funds trust agreement if they meet all those second set of conditions. And then those would continue to be invested. And yes, all of the interest, once it's in the construction fund trust agreement, can be used for project costs.
So I'd just like to bring up something that we said that, we can't, if the bonds are sold, we can't refund them and get the money back into the TDT quickly.
Well, the money is
So let's say
bond.
the raise default.
There's
money is bond.
ways of satisfying the bonds, and any cost, that's where the delta is, the raise would be responsible for.
Right, that money would sit in escrow and continue to spin off interest and pay it off, and to the extent that it wasn't able to be paid off with that, the raise would be responsible for that.
Okay, well, thank you, and I don't want to monopolize the time, so I yield back. Thank you, Chair and my colleagues.
Madam Chair, if I could make a couple of quick statements on how.
Yes.
One, just wanted to note that there is an approved as to form supplemental bond resolution with all of the exhibits that is in your package. I just wanted to point that out because that has been updated to this December 18th date, and it's been noted to change the bond issues to the 2025 because there won't be issued within 2024.
Does that have to be made into the motion to change a date? Or is it just, it's all taken care of?
It's already a factor of what's in your package, but I just wanted to point that out because
Changed because it was, because of the delay.
Okay.
And the other one is still in there, so I just wanted to be clear that it is the one that's marked for today's date.
Okay.
The other thing is, well, we'll get to the rest later, but that's one thing I wanted to make on the record.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've heard a lot of questions. Now, comments, Commissioner Latvelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, I spoke to MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred, who expressed the importance of passing these bonds to keeping the Rays in Tampa Bay. While I do not trust the owner of the Rays, I trust Mr. Manfred. He is committed to this market. I view him as an ally when the owner of this franchise has, for some reason, decided to become an adversary. Rob Manfred is the reason I am voting yes on this today. MLB is aware of several instances where the Rays organization has intentionally tried to kill the very deal that they agreed to. I hope our vote today helps set the wheels in motion for a new owner and a new era of Tampa Bay Rays baseball. Rays fans deserve to have our own Vinnick, Steinbrenner, Glazer, or Middleton, who cares as much about the fans and community as his own bottom line. I believe Commissioner Manfred's eyes are now wide open to the reality of our penny pinching, double-dealing ownership. He's watched one of his franchises use two devastating disasters and a few days' delay in the bond vote to try to gain an advantage for themselves. He's seen them try to torpedo their own deal by calling one of our colleagues who supported this deal a liar after he asked them to try to make a simple public pronouncement of support. He's heard them publicly call this deal dead numerous times. Mr. Manfred and MLB need to keep watching and listening because once these bonds are passed, Stu Sternberg will demand even more money, and when he doesn't get it, he will threaten to move the team again. Most importantly, Mr. Manfred and the 29 other owners of Major League Baseball teams should see clearly now that our fans and residents deserve a new owner for our beloved team. I think it is very possible that Stu Sternberg will try to keep the land development deal and use the hundreds of millions of dollars that he will receive from that to move the Rays out of this market if we do not pass the bonds. The land deal was one of the reasons why I voted no in the first place, but I will not allow the owner of the Rays to reap the profits of that land deal while the Rays are not even playing in Tampa Bay. Because at the end of the day, Stu Sternberg will always care about his bottom line above all else. That is proven over the years. Now that this process has exposed him, I urge Mr. Sternberg to sell the team to someone who lives here, works here, and truly cares about our community. An owner who won't threaten to take his bats and balls or change the rules when the game he agreed to play isn't going his way. Stu, you are up.
Hey, I'm going to assume everybody has comments, so can I go to Chris Shear? Do you have comments? If you're not ready, we'll come back. I'll come back. Okay. Dave?
Commissioner Letval, I think, summarized a lot of how I feel. In addition to the comments that Baseball Commissioner Manford spoke to me about, which were reflected by Commissioner Letval's comments, I think there also is another piece here, and that this Pinellas County Commission, not the one sitting here, made a commitment back in July to the deal that is on the table, and I think there is something to be said for us making commitments not only to this company but to any other company. It's the same when we talk about making commitments to our residents and trying to live with those commitments to our residents. I think what we say and what we intend to do is important. I do think there is the idea of providing time to get this deal done, and the idea that the owner is not going to have the ability to bifurcate these deals and have the development deal done separately from the stadium deal and get to pick and choose what he wants. I think there's reasons for us to go ahead and start with this bond validation process. I don't like the deal. I said it back in July. I think that there should be more money in the deal. There should be more money towards the stadium. I don't think the residents of St. Petersburg should be paying tax dollars for it. I don't like the deal. I don't like the finger pointing that's been going on. I don't like the negotiating with our neighbors across the bay while we're here, over the last year, working really hard to get a deal done here. I don't like the fact that their shortage, their underestimation of the costs has resulted in, like I said, making us the bad guys and the disingenuous attitude towards one of my colleagues. All of that said, I still think we have an obligation to move the bond validation forward. There are a lot of check and balances, and Barry, I know that we won't be making any more decisions here on that, but I would obviously want updates, one-on-one updates or whatever, because ultimately you're the chief negotiator and you work for the 7 of us. So I want to make sure that we're all up to date on what's going on before you take those steps that get the funds in place. Just watching carefully. I suspect that the deal, they'll want to change the deal. And when the deal wants to be changed, all bets are off, because the deal that was approved back in July, I honestly feel there's some responsibility that we have to honor that. But when they starts to play games with it, which we felt that big time. And we've learned more about that over the last week or two. So anyway, at this point, I will be supporting the bond validation process.
Thank you. Commissioner Nowicki, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll still be voting no, and not because I dislike the Rays, not because I don't want baseball, and so because this isn't gonna be in the headlines, but for the people watching, the headlines are gonna be, bond moves forward. So I'm gonna use this chance to advocate that I met with the mayor of St. Pete, Mayor Welch. I met with Brian Auld, and they're all for, and I've met with a lot of community leaders and hoteliers, and they're all for a sizable convention center in the historic gas plant development. And so that's something I would like to see get done. And the business community, now that this appears, by counting the votes, is going to move forward, I would like to see that now be in the conversations with anybody who's willing to talk about it, to have a sizable convention center. Mayor Welch agrees, Brian Auld was in favor of it. Even Kathy Wood wants to bring South by Southeast convention that's in Austin. She wants to bring that to St. Pete and Pinellas County. So there's a lot of community leaders that are behind having a sizable convention center in the historic gas plant redevelopment. So I'll be voting no, but I don't want the headlines to be soured. It's not because I don't like baseball. It's not because I don't want the Rays to be here. It's because I would like to see a larger convention center in that area, and hopefully those are talks that we can have going forward now that this is concluded. Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my colleagues, I know this has been a very tumultuous conversation, heart-wrenching at times, because you've had to look at yourself as an individual and what you would want for your community up against what others, did not want to see in our community, and they had their reasons, and I would not try to dissuade them from their reasons, but just say they have their reasons. There were a number of things that were said today, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I'll try to stick to the positive highlights. So the first is for the 63 acres that are separate and apart, but a part of this entire project that does include 600 units of affordable housing on site, office space for small minority and women-owned businesses, the Woodson African American Museum, which will be the first in this area. Terry Lipsy Scott served on the statewide African American Museum committee to talk about where a museum to showcase the Black history would go. It does include a hotel as well as convention space. All of that will do so much to uplift a community that has not necessarily had some of these opportunities before, to not only showcase the community, but to also provide a financial impact by way of employment. We're talking about a construction development project that will occur 10 plus years. And when you think about how this will embrace and uplift individuals in that community, it's unfathomable to me, but it is well welcomed. I do appreciate the hard questions that have been asked, and I do appreciate Commissioner Latvala for you being steadfast in wanting accountability. I think that's all you were asking for, is accountability. And so I do appreciate that. And I will have to say that all eyes will now be watching to assure that the Rays uphold their part of this deal. All I'm going to support is what we've had on the table. I said that to Barry, I've said that to Brian, I've said that to the mayor. The mayor has also stated he's not putting in any additional money other than what's already been discussed. So if something should happen and it comes back, Commissioner Eggers, I can tell you, I'm just going to tell them they need to do the best they can with what they've already gotten, because I don't have any more to give. That is something that I've stated from the beginning and something I will state also today. To Mr. Adams, I want to thank you for the work that you have done 3+ years on this project. I don't believe it may have meant to come across this way. I hope not, but just for the viewing audience, I don't believe that Mr. Adams' work on this project and his comments, Mr. Abrams, I'm sorry, Mr. Abrams, thank you. I don't believe his, Mr. Abrams, I don't believe his work on this project has been to get paid more money. I believe that he has brought to us a level of expertise that we didn't have prior. I believe he brought the temperature down in a room where previously it was very hot. The conversations weren't going anywhere. And he level set individuals in that room, which consisted of Barry, our legal staff, the city staff, and representatives from the Rays, to get to a point where we could have serious conversations about a contract and who was going to do what and who would be responsible for what. When I first met him, I think all of us, he met with us one-on-one, for those of us that wanted to. He explained a lot to me that I was not aware of when it comes to stadium development. But he also took the time to listen to me as I expressed the community's angst regarding anything that would happen on this site. Right now, it is a broken dome and a parking lot. This is an opportunity to have a lot more than that. Barry, I want to thank you for the work that you've done. Don, we can't give you no extra boost, but maybe my Christmas gift over there will help. But I really do appreciate you all bringing us information, even if it may not have been what we wanted to hear. You brought it to us straight, and that's what we needed, and that's how I have made my decisions in this area. I concur with Commissioner Eggers that along the way, we be continuously kept up to speed. I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm just gonna say this. I don't wanna read something in the paper before I know it. So I really appreciate that, and I look forward to that, and I believe that that's what staff will do. Today is giving Barry and staff the opportunity to go out for bonds. This is not actually selling the bonds. So I wanted to just clarify that for anyone that may be listening. So this is like the trigger that says, here are the things that you do from this point on. So I appreciate that. For the in-town redevelopment, that is much like any other CRA that we have, whether it's the Clearwater CRA, that's allowing them to really uplift something. This CRA has been in effect in the city of St. Petersburg for quite some time. It still operates within the $108 million as a cap that it has to utilize those funds. I remember I asked those questions back in July because I wanted to make sure it wasn't like we were giving them new money. It's money that is already a part of the in-town redevelopment component piece. So when persons are saying, this is our taxpayer dollars, it's your taxpayer dollars that have been spent all along for that CRA. So I'm hopeful that we will get a positive on this today. Again, I want to acknowledge and recognize that this has been a difficult decision for some individuals, but I also want you to know that I appreciate the steadfast communications, the continued openness, the ability to ask questions and have them answered, because it does come down to relationships and working together. And I am sincerely hopeful and prayerful that some years from now, we'll be able to look back on this day and see what happened as we move forward. So thank you so very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Shearer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had many reasons not to want to support this today. Not say today, just because I may have supported it in the future. I just think the timing's wrong, and we put the horse in front of the cart, or cart in front of the horse. But I'll just pray that the veterans have made the best decision that they can, and that this will be a blessing to St. Petersburg, that everybody hopes it will be. And I look forward to it moving forward, even though I can't vote in favor. And I'm actually looking forward to working on the issues that brought me to this chamber, which are taxes and red tape and things and recovery. So I'm looking forward to getting to work on those issues. And this has been a great time. I wish that you all could have done this before I got here, but hey. So anyway, that's all I got to say.
So,
There's no reason to tell you why I'm not supporting.
I want to thank you the amount of work you put into this. coming right into this and having your attorney. I mean, you went and did an incredible amount of studying and research, and you really impressed me with the amount of work. I knew that about you. You demonstrate it. I think you're going to be a great commissioner, and thank you. So don't feel too bad about it. I think you did an outstanding job, and you brought up really great, valid points without being contentious, and you just truly were a statesman. So thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
Madam
going to go
Chair.
to Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief because I think less is best right now. I just wanted to thank my fellow commissioners for all of their great comments today, and Barry and Don and Mr. Abrams for all of the hard work on this project. I've been a supporter from the very beginning. I just realized the economic value, and I still believe that today. I think that this will add fuel to our future economy. And everything I've said the last 3 times we discussed this subject still holds true. So I'm not going to go back and rehash all of that. But I'm very appreciative of everybody and looking forward to voting in the affirmative.
Thank you. And I'm not going to take up much time either, because I do want to get this vote and get on with the rest of the agenda. But I do want to thank Don and Mr. Abrams and Barry. You did an outstanding job, especially in the last few weeks, to bring all the new people on board and get them. I mean, I know Nick Vince, you met with the city a couple times. You met with the Rays a couple times. I mean, you two did a lot of work, and I love the enthusiasm and the dedication that you've put to this. So kudos to you guys. Welcome on board. I'm looking forward to working with you. I think you've shown a great deal of determination, and I really appreciate it. Commissioner Latvala, I think you had great comments, and I just love them all. So thank you to all the rest of my colleagues. You all have been wonderful, but to Don, I think you are just so special. You know I feel that way about you. What I am happiest the most is today we made a decision to let the world know that we're still great collaborative partners. And that was my biggest concern, is that if this did not go through, we would be sending a message that we were not good collaborative partners around the nation. And we are. We're really great at collaborating, and this is just going to be one more example. Hopefully all of the partners in this collaboration are going to be good partners, and they're all going to keep all the toys in the sandbox, and they're not going to take any and go home. But with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to bring up the voting card so that commissioners can vote. That passes 5-2, and we are going to take a break. I know the press is going to want to talk to some of us, and we're going to take a 30-minute break, so expect to be back here at 6:31. Thank you. our Tuesday, December 17th meeting. And we are going to move on to item number 27.
Item number 27 is an amendment to a grant agreement with Florida Department of Environmental Protection. This is for Vulnerability Assessment Phase 2. This is in keeping with Florida Statute 380-0-93.
Any questions or discussion? A motion from Commissioner Scott, second from Commissioner Flowers. Seeing no other discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Number 28.
Number 28 is a construction agreement with CSX Transportation for the replacement of the 35th Street Railroad Crossing.
We got a motion from Commissioner Eggers. A second from Commissioner Flowers. Seeing no other questions or discussion, if the clerk could bring on the voting cards and members vote. And that passes unanimous. 29.
This is the same with 46th Avenue Railroad Crossing.
Okay. We've got a motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. And seeing no other discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 30.
Item 30 is a resolution to approve the downtown Palm Harbor Street Light District and authorize advertisement for the district's creation and collection method. This will take one-time funds out of your MSTU special projects funds of $400,000 to get this going, and then they have agreed to the parcel assessment to be able to maintain this going forward. So kind of exciting partnership, and will be a true enhancement for downtown Palm Harbor.
Okay, and we have cards here, so I will ask Matthew Menning, I don't want to say this wrong. Matthew, if you want to come on up and state your name properly. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address. And after Matthew, it'll be Joe Suet. Matthew? Okay. And you'll get 3 minutes. And state
Alrighty.
your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Joe Sweat, 115 Ozona Drive in Palm Harbor. I'm a resident, business owner, and one of the 27 property owners in the proposed Palm Harbor Lighting District. I am also currently on the board of Palm Harbor Chamber of Commerce and assisted with the Downtown Palm Harbor Advisory Committee that was an informal committee of local stakeholders and county representatives over the past 3 years. We have spent the last few years building stronger relationships between the Chamber of Commerce, Pinellas County, and local business owners in the downtown Palm Harbor area. There was a maintenance agreement that was issued to Downtown Palm Harbor Merchants Association going back to 2016 that has never been fulfilled, and here we are with the lighting district. There's been an enormous amount of support within the community through volunteer groups and personal funding to maintain what we have to this point. I myself have personally been and currently paying $350 a month for the trash service to empty all trash cans in downtown Palm Harbor to fulfill the maintenance agreement required to install these trash bins purchased by the MSTU grants just a couple of years ago. The proposed funding for the streetlight district in downtown Palm Harbor is a result of years of strategic meetings, planning, and coordination within our local community and county representatives, and a much welcome initiative by you as the board. This approval will bring the cohesiveness we need and stimulate much needed growth in our downtown. These 95 proposed lights will have a multitude of positive impacts and provide the next step of implementing our downtown Palm Harbor master plan approved by this board in 2020. I would like to especially thank Nancy McKibben for starting the process of organizing this movement more than 3 years ago, and more importantly, seeing this through up until now. Thank you for continued support and considerations of the matter.
Thank you. And then Joe, was that Joe? Yep. You skipped Matt. Okay, so Matthew, you want to wave in support? Yes. Okay, and then David Ballard-Gittis, Jr. David, good to see you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions regarding this particular agenda item. It mentions something here about a lighting district of such, but it doesn't say that this is a county lighting or a city or municipal lighting. It says a district of such, which leads me to believe that, is this like the water district, lighting district? Because the district I live in is the Southwest Florida Water Management District. I live in the county. I live in unincorporated Palm Harbor. Is this lighting stuff have anything to do with an incorporation of such, a third-party funding of such that's trying to inadvertently incorporate unincorporated? I'm not quite so sure, but it does base itself on statute 197.3632. Now, statute 197.3632 says in there that these charges of such are not based on the county millage rate. So is this a levy that they intend on imposing? Because what we have with our county millage rate, our property tax, is a ad valorem charge from the county, and then we have a non-ad valorem charge, a district non-ad valorem charge on there, which also bases itself, it's a water district levy, on statute 197.3632. So we're not dealing with the county millage rate here. We're dealing with an ad hoc compact. And if we're going to put in streetlights, but change the way the billing practice is and subject the residents to that, to unincorporated Palm Harbor to a tax base which is foreign to what we're accustomed to, I have an issue with that. I've also noticed other cities in the area charge a water charge, charge a streetlight charge on their water bill. Now that also is a violation of Article 5, Section 3B2 of the Florida State Constitution. You can't compact charges on your water bill like that. So I think we need to fully vet how we're going to pay for this. And I don't think it's been fully disclosed as to how we're going to be subjected with this street lighting project. And we need to focus in on the fact that the water pipes in downtown Palm Harbor are 75, 80 years old. So thank you.
Thanks, David. Whenever the public comment is done, I'm going to leave it for Barry to explain this, and if Jewel, if you have any comments on that. And that way, some of your questions can be answered. You know, we typically don't answer questions, but I think you have some valid points, and it's worth letting the public hear what they are. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Eggers, waiting? Thank you. Thank you, David. And so next up, we have Janice Shermachard.
Hello, my name is Jana Shermatero, and I live in Palm Harbor. Today I'm here speaking on behalf of a 501c3 organization, Friends of Palm Harbor Troop 26, which maintains a property known as the Scout Hut, located in the downtown district of Palm Harbor at 1011th Street. The mission of this nonprofit is to provide and maintain the hut as a safe and historic meeting place for scouts and other youth organizations in Palm Harbor. We understand there is a plan to install street lighting in the downtown area. We also understand that there could be an $1,100 per parcel per year assessment for the maintenance of the lighting. We respectfully request to be exempted from the list of vendors and business owners obligated to pay this annual fee because we are not a retail business. We are a nonprofit entity with no income. We survive on fundraisers or donations to cover our costs, which consist of utilities and insurance. In conclusion, with your permission, we hope to reach out to our commissioners further to provide more information as you need and hopefully discuss this further. Thank you.
Okay, and then we also have Carrie McCord, who is waiving in support. Or did you want to speak? Okay, then you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Kerry McCord, 3642 Fairway Forest Circle, Palm Harbor. I'm currently serving as the chairman of the board of the Palm Harbor Chamber, another non-for-profit organization that's put a lot of time and effort into this decision tonight. I don't know anything about statues, and I am a Boy Scout, so I'll clear that up real quick. We're not asking to get rid of the Boy Scouts, and we're not looking to redo any statues. We're asking for lights. That's all we're doing. We figured out a way to put it together. It's taken a lot of energy and a lot of time with a lot of different organizations within the Palm Harbor area, and that's where I'll leave it on your desk tonight. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to Commissioner Eggers, and then Barry, if you want to just give a quick update.
Yeah, no, I just, some of the comments that were made were good. I wanted to take the opportunity to mention Norm Atherton, who is a resident in the downtown Palm Harbor area. He's been there for just decades and decades. And years ago, he thought that it was important for downtown Palm Harbor to have a lighting district of sorts. He worked real hard, got a grant, and put some lights up that that served its purpose for the longest period of time. Going forward, I certainly was not going to support any kind of tax increase for them, for the businesses downtown, but the businesses themselves said, we would like to, tax ourselves, so to speak, a fee each year, pay the I think it's $1,100 or $1,100 a year per parcel, and make and bring this downtown Palm Harbor area, small little area but beautiful, to life. And they did work hard. I think my only question, I've mentioned it to our staff, that is the two, we have I think two 501c3s that are there. One, I think Meals on Wheels works out of there, and then I think the troop, the Boy Scout troop work there. So I'm not sure what latitudes we have to help those organizations out. I know I wanted to tip my hat also to Joe Sweat, a local business owner who has just been marvelous. He's fronted a lot of funding for the trash removal up front. He's obviously invested in the Merchants Association. He's invested in the strategic plan for downtown. And I know that there are good people there that would like to figure out somehow to carve out these places if we can. I'm not saying Joe feels that way. I'm just saying that's in general how the community has rallied around. So the only question I would have, is there a way that we can address those two parcels? I think those are the only two that we have that are 501c3s. Thank you. That's all I had.
Hey, Barry, if you want to just give a quick overview, that would be great.
Yeah, I would. So first of all, Nancy's coming up. That's exactly correct. What you're doing is you're doing an assessment. They're being asked to put on an assessment to be able to pay for the lights, the ongoing cost of maintaining the lights. $1,100 per parcel per year, and that's the way in which they'll be able to maintain that. The issue of the nonprofits, I want Nancy to address because she's got some information that I don't.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. My name's Nancy McKibben, and I'm assistant to the county administrator, and I represent the unincorporated communities of North Pinellas County. And what county administrator said is correct. The streetlight districts are set up much like if it were an HOA. There's a petition that is circulated. The county policy is that at least 60% of those property owners in the district would have to agree to the cost of the maintenance and energy costs associated with the district. In our case, the county is going to underwrite the cost of construction. We did get actually more than 60% of the property owners in the district did agree to it. Everyone was notified, and we are planning to have a information meeting with those owners in mid-January. And to David Geddes' comment, you are not in the streetlight district, David, so you don't have to worry. With regard to the nonprofit organizations, we did meet with them. We strategized some ways to try to offset the burden of the assessment. Both 5 nonprofit organizations would qualify to apply for a MSTU Special Projects Funding Grant. I'm actually working with Neighborly Senior Services on one of their grants for $20,000. The Friends of Troop 26 have been offered that opportunity to apply for a grant as well. As of right now, they have not done so. And I'm also aware that there are private individuals that have offered them direct private donations to offset the burden of the assessment district.
Okay, I hope that, Jewel, did you have anything to add?
All I would add is that when you impose a special assessment like this, the laws that allow it require that each property participating be paying their rough proportionate share. So there is not a basis in the law to exempt a nonprofit. I think the actions that Nancy outlined are the best way to go, because the law just simply doesn't support exempting them.
And if I may add one other item, one of the property owners in the district is actually Pinellas County, and we would pay our share of that assessment as well.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Nowicki.
Yes, thank you. I think that there's a special grant that the 501c3s can apply for. I had a call with Tom, right, last week. Right, and so it said they applied for them. Do we know, like, the status of them, if they were?
Well, they haven't applied.
Oh, okay.
But they can, and it's annual. It's our MSU program for nonprofits.
Right. So, can we encourage them to apply, or?
Well, Nancy works with them, and Nancy would certainly help them in doing that.
Okay, I just wanted to go on record to make sure that's, reinforced that, please apply for the.
Nancy has something to add.
If I may, one of the nonprofits, the Neighborly Senior Service or Neighborly Cares Network, has submitted an application. It's in process, and we're hoping if it, can be somewhat expedited, it may be on your January 28th agenda. If not, it would be on the following.
And if somebody was to apply, maybe between now and the new year, it could be on that agenda, or?
Actually, probably January 28th would be the soonest, and that's if it moved along very quickly in the approval queue.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
So I don't think that has deadlines like regular grants do.
It doesn't.
So if they're not ready or they need a little more time, there isn't the hard deadlines like regular grants have, which makes it much more flexible for the community. Any other questions, comments? Got a motion by Commissioner Eggers, a second by Commissioner Flowers. Seeing no other discussion or questions, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote. Okay, and that passes unanimous. We'll go on to 31.
It's renewal of certificates of public convenience and necessity for advanced life support providers. You have a number that's listed within your packet. There's a lot of them.
Okay, any questions or discussion? We got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, second from Commissioner Scott. Seeing no other questions or discussion, if they could bring up the voting card and members vote. And that passes unanimously. We're going to go on to 32.
It's a resolution issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds from the Housing Finance Authority. This is for Indigo Apartments, $24 million. The breakdown of the types of restrictions are listed within your packet.
Any questions, discussion? Got a motion from Commissioner Scott and a second from Commissioner Flowers. Seeing no other discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote. And we're missing one. Who are we missing? There we go. And that passes unanimously. Number 33.
This is the same issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds. This one is for Oakhurst Terrace.
Okay. Motion from Commissioner Flowers. Second from Commissioner Scott. Seeing no other question or discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes unanimous. 34.
This is an agreement with United Healthcare Insurance Company. This is for the excess stop loss insurance coverage.
Okay, any questions? Entertain a motion. Motion from Commissioner Scott. Second from Commissioner Eggers. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to the county attorney, number 35.
Under item number 35, I recommend that you approve the public official bonds that are noted in the agenda. These are for the 4 of you that were recently elected in November. This is something that is required by law. The bonds have been procured by risk management. I know that each of you that are newly elected are aware of that because you've signed the bonds. This is just a ministerial action that is required, and then the bonds will be housed with the clerk.
Move approval.
All right, so we got a motion from Commissioner Shearer and a second by Commissioner Scott. And if the clerk would pull up the voting cards and members vote. Yeah, mine's stuck. So I'll tell you what, while they're fixing that, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
No reports.
No, okay, Madam Attorney, thank you. Mr. Administrator.
So some good news. We asked Kevin to go out in the hallway and speak with some of the residents that came in and had concerns. And I think it just goes to, we got to try to connect residents with the right people. And they don't necessarily know where to go. And I know we've done a lot of outreach, but the more and more we can do to connect people with the right people, the better. And the reason I say that is one of the residents, while Kevin was explaining stuff to other people, he had sent them over to our permit. They came back with a permit in hand for their property while we were waiting. It was simple to do, but we got to connect people with the right people. And in that case, it really worked out. So we appreciate Kevin's time. We appreciate the staff time. But that also follows on to my comments that I want to express my gratitude for our staff. I want to wish them a Merry Christmas and I want happy holidays, but also a big expression of how hard people are working and they're trying. And sometimes we fall short, but it's not for a lack of effort. People are really working hard, whether they were in a shelter, whether they were out on the road, whether they're doing debris, whether they're processing permits. You've got an entire county engaged trying to help our residents, and they've been working nonstop to do that. But I want to take this time to thank them for everything that they do and wish them just a very Merry Christmas. And the same to you, commissioners. That's it.
Okay. Well, thank you. We're going to move on to number 38. And this is an appointment to the, pardon me? Oh, is that being held to January? Okay, I apologize. Number 39. And this by an individual commissioner. Who is the image? Thank you. We got a motion by Commissioner Eggers, a second by Commissioner Scott. Is the voting card working yet? Commissioners vote. And that passes unanimously. And then we're going to go on to number 40, and that is by Commissioner Latvala. We got a motion and a second. If you want to bring up the voting cards. And that passes unanimously. Number 41. Oh, well, your name was up there. I saw 7.
Yeah, I know, but I pressed for the one before. So for the historic preservation.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to, yeah, so now it's frozen again. So for the Historic Preservation Board, Michael Fredovich was the person that I had appointed to that. In the interim, all of that stuff happened in Gulfport, so he was appointed to finish out the term for the person that resigned. There will be a special election, and they will elect that person in March. And so I would like to reappoint him for this board. I believe I had, I know Darlena checked to see if they had a meeting that would, where it would interfere or you not have a quorum at that board by holding that position until March. So you serve on that board.
Microphone, please.
Not approve him until March, or?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Because if you approve him now, it's like you're seating him now, but he can't be seated now because he's now a city council member for Gulfport.
Okay, got it. So we typically don't have a problem getting a quorum for that board. So I don't think it would be, an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be an
So we're going to
And
pull
I
that.
would want to look and make sure that this is not an instance of potential dual office holding, so I think it is a good idea to hold off.
That's
or at
why I
least
was,
let us
yeah,
take a
that's why I was
look at it.
trying to push that and
So,
get that.
so I'm hearing that we are pulling item number 40.
Well,
Just
probably
mine, just mine.
Just hers, yeah.
Just
Just
yours.
Flowers, not Commissioner Latvalas, because it's.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was trying to push my button to be.
I would recommend maybe you guys do a revote on
Let's
that
do-
one, just to
okay.
make clear, because I don't want to run into a problem with the office.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're looking for a motion to appoint just Commissioner Latvalis. Yes, on number 40.
Second on
So we
it.
got a motion and a second. I'm just going to do an all in favor on this, if that's okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And then bring back Mr. Fredovich in March.
In March? Yeah, so noted.
Yes,
So
please.
we're going to go to 41,
Thank you.
and that's an appointment to the Lilman Community Development Area.
So we need a list of applicants on that one.
And there's only 2 people, right, that qualified, and they're looking for 2 people. Am I correct on that one?
That's correct, Madam Chair. If we could have a voice vote on that.
Okay. So I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Number 42, and this one also is by Commissioner Latvala and Commissioner Flowers. We're all good on both of those? Okay, I would need a motion.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Then we go on to the Suncoast Health Council. Thank you, and that is for Julie Goodrich.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to the Unified Personnel System Board.
We get ballots.
And we're picking one, correct?
Yes, correct.
Pick 'em one, okay.
Commissioner Shear, they have resumes and stuff in your attachments, so in the future, you can look at those.
With the total of 6 votes, the board has selected Jeffrey Cronshnable.
Okay, and then the next one on 45, Commissioner Latval, I'm going to let you say this gentleman's name.
He's a great young man
Okay.
he's been to 2 of our meetings, and I just call him Amal.
Amal works?
Amal G.
Yeah, because a couple of those letters are silent, I know. And I think it's all,
Okay, we're going to go with Amal.
yeah.
Okay.
But he is a great young man.
But I'm going to take that as a motion.
Yes. And I
Second.
move approval for Amal.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to move on to the state legislative program. Is Matt around? Or do we have any questions? We went over it.
Move approval.
We got a motion and a second. Any questions or discussions from Matt?
No, just to say, I think he did a real good job at the Florida Association of Counties conference we just had. He stood up and talked about some issues in some areas within our platform that were congruent with other counties where we can work together on that, so. did a good
Okay.
job.
Use your microphone, please.
That one of the residents brought up the insurance crisis, which we always bring up when we meet with them.
Right.
And I know they're working on it, and I think they're feeling like in the next 2 to 3 years, things might start to But I don't know. I think that needs to continue to be a focus for us.
Yeah, well, the whole condo issue
Yep.
is a big,
Yep.
gigantic
Yep.
issue, so
Yep.
it's more than insurance, but, yeah, all of it. Okay, is this a card vote? We have to do the card? We're just going to do all in favor.
Either.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Commissioner, new business. We've kind of gone through this once. We're gonna let Finn start off. You want to talk about anything you've done in the last 2 weeks, anything of importance you want to bring up, anything you want to work on in the future that you think we need to know about, or anything like that? That's what the purpose of this is.
Yeah. The Pinellas Park has their annual luncheon this Thursday, so that should be a hoot and a half. So get your tickets now. And just what I've been doing the last 2 weeks, just meeting with city, Rays. It's pretty much been all consumed. All of our emails have been pretty much all consumed by that. So looking forward to moving forward and doing the business of the county. And as I previously mentioned, I mean, one thing that I'm serious on with and have talked with the mayor, Mayor Welsh, is a larger convention center in the gas plant. And I know that is something that we can use TDT funds for, is a convention center. So, I mean, there's 90,000 square feet of meeting space that's in the plan currently. I mean, Tampa is 600,000 square feet of meeting space. I'm not trying to get to that, but I'd like to get to 250,000, 300,000 square feet of convention space, which I think is a real sweet spot with a lot of business leaders, stakeholders that I meet with. So I don't know if there's a way to get a report, a workshop, a study. I talked with Whit Blanton from Forward Pinellas. He seems jazzed up about the idea. He's a spirited individual. So I think there's from my understanding, at least from folks I talk to, unless they're lying to me, a lot of enthusiasm for a larger convention center in that downtown area. So that's something I'd like to see move forward.
Great. Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Area Agency on Aging, a huge thank you to Pasco Commissioner Ron Oakley. He personally donated $5,000 for Giving Tuesday because he said he felt the organization was very well worthwhile. So thank you so much for that. The Senate on December 10th passed the Older Americans Act for reauthorization. So now we just need the House to pass it. So if you feel so inclined to maybe place a call to your House of Representatives to ask them to please support the continuation of that so seniors can get some help, that would be greatly appreciated. The St. Petersburg Metropolitan Section NCNW Martin Luther King Breakfast is on January 21st at 7:30 a.m. at the Coliseum. I believe Commissioner Brian Scott has already said he would attend. If anyone else would like to attend, please let Darlena know. The Martin Luther King Dream Big Parade is the same day, January 21st. You should have received an invitation from Mr. Parker, Toriano Parker, as to whether or not you wanted to be in the parade. A car is provided for you. You do have to get a driver, though, but a car is provided for you. So if you are interested, and if you did not receive that invitation, please let me know so I can make sure he gets it out to you, because he did call me about that. The NAACP Emancipation Service is January 1st at McCabe United Methodist Church at 10 o'clock. It used to be at 7, but they saw the light and moved it back to 10 because that was too early for people to get up. I serve as the subcommittee chair for NACO Justice and Public Safety Steering Committee, as well as the NACO Community and Economic Development committees. We have our meetings once a month. The big thing on that was the reauthorization of WIOA, which allows us to focus dollars on technical trade education in collaboration with other governments to help enhance our workforce for those individuals that would like to move into our community. And then, of course, it was just an overview of what's going on in the federal government. The Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, we had our meeting. I was voted in as vice chair. Mo Freeney, the new mayor of Dunedin, is our chair, and Commissioner Bays is our secretary treasurer. We will be hosting our Resiliency and Sustainability Conference, May 15th and 16th at the Palmetto Marriott. So if you're interested in attending that, I'll make sure the information just gets sent to your aides if you would like to attend that. The Florida Association of Counties Technology Conference is January 30th and 31st in Marion County at the World Equestrian Center. So if you would like to attend that, I'll also make sure you get that information if you haven't already. The Florida Association of Counties Legislative Day is March 18th, 19th, and 20th, of course, in Tallahassee. And the Florida Association of Counties Annual Conference is June 24th through the 27th at the Hilton in Orlando. That concludes my report.
Okay, Commissioner Eggers.
Just a couple things. Let's see, we'll start with Tarpon Springs, Palm Harbor, Dunedin, all had Christmas parades. The chambers and cities put it on this week, and they were just all wonderful and greatly attended. It was just a really super events. Ozona had a golf cart parade, which was also kind of fun. So I wanted to give shout out to those three cities or two cities and two communities. Also want to tip my hat off to Amanda. She's the chairman or president of the Rescue and Not Retail organization that had a fundraiser at Bowser Ween, a fundraiser in Dunedin. Great work to raise money for the adoption process, if you will. Humane Society had their grand opening of their adoption center, which I think was just fantastic. The building is beautiful. They're already really doing a lot of successful work there, and I just tip my hat off to them. The LIFT Awards, the RISE Awards for the LIFT organization was also held. If you want to think about an organization to give some money to as well, that's a great group doing wonderful work in our community. Wanted to tip my hat off to the Yankees organization and Steinbrenner family for their children's Christmas concert that they do for thousands of kids every year for the last decades, 2 or 3 decades. They've been doing it for thousands of kids at Ruth Eckerd. It was just wonderful. They did a great job. Just tip my hat off to that owner and that team for all the work that they're doing for the community. And last but not least, I too wanted to wish our staff and commissioners and our community, our residents, Merry Christmas and blessed New Year. And enjoy the slow down a little bit over the next 2 weeks and spend some time with family and friends and remember that true meaning of Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lapfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I forget, I would like to make an appointment to YAC, the Youth Advisory Committee, and that is Jeremiah Eustace, and I apologize if I messed up his last name. He is a student at Lakewood High School.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so be it.
Thank you. This weekend, I attended the reopening of Largo HCA Hospital. They got flooded during the hurricane. A lot of their residents got sent to other places. Their ER opened rather quickly, and they actually had a mobile ER unit in the parking lot right after the hurricane. But now they are back fully functional, and it was nice to go and celebrate with them and see their staff. They're a wonderful place. And I wanted to congratulate, and I apologize for this name as well, I wanted to congratulate the new CEO of CareerSource, Hillsborough Pinellas, Kedrian Kunkel. We voted on her last week at the CareerSource Consortium. And speaking of the consortium, we just got an upgrade with our new chair, and I would like to congratulate Commissioner Flowers for becoming the new chair of the consortium.
Nice. Thank you, sir.
And it's my job as her wingman on the consortium to figure out ways that we can fight with Hillsborough County on
I don't think you'll have
different,
too much heart. Don't think-
on
don't make it
different
hard.
issues, now that she's the chair and she has the gavel. And speaking of fights, I know I'm not alone in saying that I'm glad that we are finished with the Rays stadium deal. You know, that was not the hardest vote I've ever taken. There were several in the legislature that were a lot harder, but I'm glad that's behind us. And I was reminded today, Commissioner Eggers, this morning, I was reminded that in 100 days, spring training starts. So baseball is right around the corner. So, and I'd like to wish y'all a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and Happy New Year.
Great. Commissioner Shearer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say that coming up, I really want to work in the next few weeks.
I'm going to have you pull that microphone closer
I'd like
again.
to work in the next few weeks to get with our cities and see if we could encourage them to eliminate their look-back period on a 50% rule, specifically for storm damage. I know we're doing that here in the county, but I met with Robin Miller and the Gulf Beaches Chamber yesterday. They were unaware that that's not a FEMA rule, those look-backs. I'd like to try and work with our cities to get rid of them all countywide because, 1% can save a house on this 50% rule. One of the good things about working on the Rays deal was I actually got to meet with Ken Welch and Mayor Welch. I'd never met him before. We met in St. Pete. We talked a good while, not just about baseball. We talked about stormwater and wastewater and solving the issues in St. Pete, and I look forward to working with him to solve those problems. And I also look forward to working on whatever committee assignments our new chair might see fit to put me on for this year. So I'm looking forward to that. And I wanted to wish everybody a happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I look forward to working with all of you next year. This could be great.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Been busy since our last meeting. I've had, meetings with Historic Preservation, TDC, PSTA. We actually have our last TDC meeting tomorrow of the year. And ramping up to be preparation for my duties as chair next year, I've met with all the constitutional officers. I still have to get to Julie, as well as Dr. Johnson from Pinellas County Economic Development, just to understand what their challenges and priorities are as we go into 2025. I presented a hurricane challenge coin to Avera Health CEO and President Elodie Dorso for their partnership in addressing the urgent and ongoing medical needs for residents seeking shelter from the storms at the Ross Norton Recreation Center. I've attended quite a few community events, YMCA of the Suncoast Mayor's Prayer Breakfast at the Sheridan St. Key, the Lift Academy Awards Luncheon, attended a social with the Florida Transportation Builders Association. Had the opportunity to make a few remarks at the grand opening ceremony at the Showerman Humane Society Adoption Center in Clearwater, along with Commissioner Eggers, and was also at the groundbreaking of the new Pinellas Park Public Safety Campus. It was great to see Commissioner Flowers and our former colleague Charlie Justice at the Lellman Christmas tree lighting, as well as Neil Brickfield. It was a very, very well-attended event, and I want to thank staff, Amy Davis and Tom Almonte, for all the hard work that they did in organizing that event. This past Saturday, I did the trifecta of parades with Commissioner Eggers. Palm Harbor in the morning, and Commissioners, it was Tarpon Springs first, and then it was Palm Harbor, and Commissioner Scheer and Nowicki joined us at Palm Harbor, and then Dunedin in the afternoon. So it was the three-peat. I saw him Dave last year at Palm Harbor, and he said, yeah, I've already been to Tarpon Springs, we're going to Dunedin. I'm like, well, felt like I was missing out. So that was, anyways, a lot of fun. So if you've never done that, I encourage you all to do that. And then also under new business, I did send out board and committee appointments for next year. And that is more challenging than I thought it would be. Trying to balance commissioner requests with continuity of boards, as well as try to fit personal experiences and professional experience and skill sets in the right place. So I did the best that I could. And if you got something that you didn't like or really maybe wasn't high on your list, it's not a life sentence, it's only a year. We'll do this again next year. So we do need to approve that.
Yes, so we're going to need a motion and a second. We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations to all of you with your new committees. Is that all?
Thank you. One other thing. And then at the Humane Society ribbon cutting, I was talking with Clearwater Police Chief Eric Gandy, who does a canine for the day. He features an adoptable dog each month in his podcasts and around the community in Clearwater, and the dog always gets adopted. So we had, well, that's just a great idea. Let's do the same thing with Pinellas County Animal Services.
I like that. We
next
can do
year.
that every meeting?
Yeah. So if you all want to participate in that, just let me know.
I thought we were having puppies, Jewel.
Well, we could maybe, we could.
Okay.
All right, good.
Yeah, there were supposed to be puppies here today, but they didn't make it.
We tried to get puppies in conjunction with one of the ratification of a dog cruelty lawsuit, and it occurred when the hurricanes were coming, and this didn't seem to be a great meeting to try to follow that up.
So we're going to be looking forward to puppies next year. I like
Right.
it.
All
Okay.
right.
Or grown dogs, doesn't
Great.
matter.
Okay.
Is that all?
Is it? We're good.
Okay, we have some other business. We have a resolution for a joint meeting to be held between the Board of County Commissions of Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco County. I need a motion for that.
Second.
And a motion and a second. It's just administration that ministerial that we have to do. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Also, we are voting on the handbook. You all got a copy of it. I want to thank everybody who's provided help on this. We started this years ago. The commission doesn't really work on rules, and onboarding for commissioners has been difficult for many people. If you have not experienced difficulty, either Commissioner Nowicki or Shearer, you are very lucky, because that was not the case for the rest of us. So we created this document. It is a living document. It will be changing as we move forward, as we find policies that we think are essential to have for decorum or just strategic policies that we need for this commission. So I would be looking for a motion and a second on that document. Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so the first time, I think, maybe ever, this commission has some, not many rules, but some rules. So that's kind of nice. And then my updates were really thanking all of you again for that workbook. That just went on forever. And I was hoping to have that passed in February, and here it is in December, and it finally got there. So it's been exhausting. But also, I spoke on the FAC new commission orientation panel with Kathy Perkins. I want to thank her. She's just outstanding. Her knowledge is amazing. She had a lot to contribute to help new commissioners know what to expect when there's an emergency, and we shared that with Monroe County from the Keys. And so it was a good panel, and I think some good lessons may have been learned to the new commissioners. I attended the Lift Luncheon with some of my colleagues. I know Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Scott were there. Lift Academy is a wonderful asset to our community for people with neurodiversity, and I'm just very proud to have that organization in our county. Many counties don't have organizations like that. I also attended the Downtown St. Pete Partnership Luncheon, the American Legion Christmas Party. They were raising money to rebuild their post, since their post was completely washed out with 4 to 6 feet of water. So they're trying very hard to get their permits as well, and raise the money to put the post back together. Congratulations, sorta, on the WORDA package that went through. We can talk to Matt about the details. I know someone had mentioned that we had great success, but it's my understanding it's not as great a success as they said. That is the 50-year in that language.
Yes, it has the 50-year language. So one bite, you opened it up. Now we just got to open the door a little wider.
Right. So Congresswoman Luna was celebrating that she fixed the problem But unfortunately, it has 50-year public access still in there. And to many of our residents, if it's a 50-year public access, it may as well be into perpetuity. So we're not so as excited about it as she was. But what I can tell you, I was in Washington this weekend. I did meet again with Tom Perez, who is one of the gentlemen I've been working with the White House. I gave him language to put in the disaster package because we currently aren't even in the disaster package to help us with beach renourishment. He said he would see what he could do. We expected that language to come out on Monday. It's still, as of right now, I don't think the language has been released, so they're holding it. We thought there'd be a vote on Wednesday, but clearly there won't be a vote on Wednesday if they haven't released the language yet. So I'm hopeful, very, very hopeful. Harry has been working so hard. Harry is our lobbyist in DC. He has been working so hard to get this language in the disaster package and in WRDA. I'm hopeful that we can get it in the disaster package. We've worked really hard, and I'm hoping that Tom Perez was able to assist us with that and get it over the finish line. I do have a big announcement coming, but I can't tell you about it because of some license rules. So stay tuned for the TDC. This is something that was the number one thing I want to accomplish when I was chair of the TDC. And I'm not allowed to say anything yet, but come January, we're going to announce it. And I'm thrilled. I'm excited. It's another leg on our tourism stool to be so proud of, and I'm really excited. So big announcement coming. And yes, I'm very excited, though. And then the OFAB, the opiate abatement.
So you can't take credit.
That's right. You can't take credit.
She already put that out.
So, yeah, and actually, I got word that I got this accomplished months ago, but we aren't allowed to say anything. And it's very just frustrating for me. I know.
Brian's nervous right now.
So anyways, the OFAB, the opiate abatement meeting, is Friday. And I've spent the last several weeks, I read the gap analysis. I wasn't thrilled with it, but the 5 recommendations that will be coming forward to you, I've been meeting with the providers in the community. I still have 2 days worth of meetings to go through. I've met with the sheriff, the public defender, just to make sure, because in the report they said only 30% of the respondents answered, and that concerned me. So I'm meeting with all the stakeholders, not all of them, but many of the stakeholders, to make sure that the recommendations are consistent with what this community needs. Commissioner Nowicki, you'll be learning all about that as you're an alternate, so when I can't be there. And I am happy to fill you in on everything, substance use and mental health, behavioral health, till I can bore you to tears. I can happily do that for you. Anyways, we'll be talking on Friday, and hopefully we'll come up with direction for us to go to spend that settlement money that we will have over an 18-year period. And I'm sure we're going to bring some updates so you two can get updated on that. But it is a settlement, and we have an 18-year payout, which is really nice because we can do transformative change when you have that many years of funding. So, this could be really amazing that we could really do transformative change to help people who suffer from behavioral, mental health issues and addiction issues. So I'm very excited about that. I do have some comments that I'm going to make later after the public hearings when I turn the gavel over to the chair. So I will go and leave that till then. And if not, we'll go to those public hearings if there's nothing else. Nothing else? Okay, we're going to go on to number 48.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 48 is case number CW 2419. This is a proposal by the City of St. Petersburg to amend the countywide plan map from residential medium to multi-model corridor regarding 0.58 acres, more or less, located at 920 20th Avenue South and 919 21st Avenue South. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Okay, we got a motion, and a motion from Commissioner Scott, second from Commissioner Eggers. If we have any other questions or discussion, seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes. We're missing someone. Who are we missing? Eggers, Scott, Flowers, Life, Noki, Chris. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 49.
Agenda item number 49 is case number CW 2420. This is a proposal by the City of Tarpon Springs to amend the countywide plan map from retail and services, office and preservation to preservation and recreation open space regarding 36 acres more or less located at 42501 U.S. Highway 19 North. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard, and there is an individual who pre-registered, and she is on Zoom.
Yes, we have someone on Zoom. We also have the applicant. And I don't know if the applicant wants to speak or if the applicant is just here for questions. Just here for questions. So we'll move to the Patricia McNeese on Zoom.
Ms. McNeese, if you can hear us, please raise your virtual hand so we can unmute you. Hi, can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect. You have 3 minutes, and please state your name and address.
My name is Pat McNeese. I'm with the Planning and Zoning Department of Tarpon Springs. We're the applicant, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, if there's any questions, we have Cindy Terrapini here to answer any questions. We got a motion to approve from Commissioner Eggers and a second from Commissioner Scott. Seeing no other questions or discussions, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes. Are you a yes? Yes. And we got Commissioner Latville as a yes. That passes unanimously. And then we'll move on to number 50.
Agenda item number 50 is case number LDR 2405. This is the first of 2 public hearings to consider the adoption of an ordinance providing for the amendment of the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138, zoning. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, any questions? Right, and it's the first public hearing, so we'll be taking this up later, but there's no questions, discussions? No? Okay. Then we're going to move on to number 51.
Agenda item number 51 is case number LDR 2406. This is a proposed ordinance providing for the amendment of Chapter 158, floodplain management of the Pinellas County Land Development Code. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Any questions on the floodplain? Okay. All right, seeing none, I'd look for a motion. Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, second from Commissioner Scott. Seeing no other questions or discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 52.
Agenda item number 52 is an amendment by resolution for the fiscal year 2025 capital budget for unanticipated receipt of funds in the American Rescue Plan Act Fund and to realign appropriations for capital projects in the American Rescue Plan Act Fund. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Any questions, comments? Got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Flowers. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes unanimously. We're going to go on to number 53, and I do have two speakers on 53, both on the phone if they're there.
I don't see anyone on the Zoom application called in.
Okay, so then if you want to read the...
Agenda item number 53 is the proposed resolution supplementing the fiscal year 2025 budget for unanticipated revenue related to the issuance of debt for the Tampa Bay Rays Major League Baseball Stadium project in St. Petersburg and realign appropriation from reserves in the Tourist Development Tax Fund for expenditures related to cost of issuance and debt service for the Tourist Development Tax Revenue bonds. The public hearing is properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. In total, we received 120 emails in support, a voicemail in support, 137 emails in opposition, 2 voicemails in opposition, 12 emails of concern. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Any questions or discussion? Got a motion from Commissioner Scott and a second from Commissioner Flowers. If the clerk would bring up the voting cards and members vote. and that passes 5-2. And anything else to bring up before the board on the public hearing? Seeing none, what I would like to do is, I do have some closing remarks, and we certainly will be passing the gavel over to Commissioner Scott. I want to thank everybody for stepping up and helping Ashley and I both while we had water intrusion in our homes. You guys all in your team, your aides all stepped up and helped us when we were busy gutting our homes and things like that. And your team, they were great. And it was just wonderful to have everybody unite and help everyone. And it was really wonderful and very much appreciated. I know Kelly's not here, but I can't thank her enough for her tireless work on beach renourishment. Between managing the projects for us, to go at it alone, dumping the sand on the beaches, to helping lead advocacy efforts with WRDA legislation. I don't know how she gets it all done, but she does amazing work, and you know she's just amazing, and I'm very proud to have her on our team. I want to thank the commissioners and our attorneys, and the attorneys that are not here, because I've had the wonderful privilege to work with so many, especially during the canvassing board. You've got a great team, Jewel. I appreciate all the input on the handbook that we had today, and it's much more comprehensive guide to operations and procedures than we've ever had before, and it's really due to their work, so thank you. I want to thank BTS for the new CAT system that will be coming soon. That was one of my #1 agenda items too, is to get that antiquated system out of here and get something new that's user-friendly that you can use from your phone, so it'll be much more effective for your staff. And that hopefully will be coming soon. They've worked hard this year with Ashley to streamline all kinds of processes in the commission offices, and we are very, very thankful to their assistance. I want to thank Lourdes and Karen's team in Human Services for the rollout of the CAM to help people get the mental health and addiction services they need. I look forward to the next update to let us know how it's going, as well as the expansion of Pinellas Matters. That was my #1 objective when I got elected, and 6 years later, we have 2 programs that I believe can be blueprint models that can be replicated nationwide, and I'm very, very proud of the work that we've done here. And it's really important, critical work that most people don't want to deal with. So I'm very grateful to her, the whole team. They've done incredible work, and again, we have some of the best staff, I think, in the country working with us, and we are so lucky. I want to thank the entire staff for the incredible work during the hurricanes. I can't thank our staff enough, and all the hours that they spent in the EOC, and all of the crises that they diverted that none of us even know about. They did incredible work, and nobody will ever know because the awful things didn't happen. And they just are outstanding, and I just can't thank our staff enough. I want to thank the commissioners, both past and present, for being collaborative and a collegial body. I'm proud of the work that we've accomplished together. While sometimes there were contentious votes, they mostly were unanimous. And we've been blessed to have incredible leaders on this commission, and so welcome. You guys have big shoes to fill. And I have no doubt that you will. So I look forward to working with you. I want to thank all our staff for everything they do. It's often a thankless job, but you all are true public servants, and we are grateful to all of you. And I can't name you all, but you know, all you want there, just Tom and Chris and just everybody, you all are just amazing, and you really help us shine. Jewel, you and your team do an amazing job guiding us on all kinds of things, and you help make our policy better, and thank you for your counsel and your hard work. Barry, thank you for being so collaborative and accessible. That's not always the case with county administrators, but I think you do an outstanding job at helping us keep a balance, to be involved yet stay in our lane. And you do remind us when we get out of our lane, which is good. I'm glad you do that. And I just appreciate all of the things that we have been able to work together. So, Brian, thank you for stepping up while I was serving on the canvassing board. I missed more meetings than I expected to due to a recount. And that in itself was quite amazing, in that we had more than an 80% turnout of voters. Is huge. We've never had that in Pinellas County before. And we have also never had a countywide recount before. And that in itself was amazing, to have to count those ballots a total of 3 times and once manually was unbelievable. And Julie has an amazing team. Many of them are volunteers. and she does it so well, and it's really a village that makes an election happen, and she does a great job, and thank you for filling in for me while I was away. I think you're going to be an amazing chairman, and I think we're lucky to have your leadership, so thank you in advance. It's been an honor to serve with you as my vice chair. I think we make a good team. And lastly, I want to thank Ashley for everything. She doesn't sit idly so she can come. She did not sit idly so she could come back to work for me. She left the legislature as a conscious decision, and I was blessed enough to have her come back to me. So I know it was a difficult decision for her to leave Senator Hooper's office, especially him being the appropriations chair, but I'm very grateful that she decided to come back home and join us back at the county. I know she loves it here even more, and Pinellas County is truly her home, and she lets me know it every day. She jumped right in, and the commissioners and aides have been very helpful to her. She spent the year helping me implement my agenda while improving processes for the commission offices. Many of them you have no idea. She finds antiquated policies that don't make sense. She immediately goes to the department and to the attorneys and say, how can we fix this? This is stupid. And she does it all on her own without anyone asking her to, and she's making the commission better every time she does it. But she really is an asset to the county, and I'm really, really proud of her. And I don't know anybody that loves rules more than she does. So if you want to stay out of trouble, all you have to do is ask Ashley or Jewel, and they'll make sure that you know what's going to keep you out of trouble. And it's another thing I'm grateful for, because she's been with me a long time on and off, and she has always kept me out of trouble. I'm truly grateful for her as not only as an aide, but a friend, and she's family to me, and I can't thank her enough. So with that, I'm going to turn this gavel over, because I've done enough talking, to our vice chair, who is now officially our chairman. It truly is a privilege and an honor to be chair of this commission and this body, and I think you're going to be a great leader, so congratulations. Thank you, Madam. And instead of changing seats, I'm going to give you that.
Yes. Thank you for that reminder. I want to thank you for all your hard work and all your leadership this past year. And I've really enjoyed working with you and being your wingman. I mean, it's been a lot of fun. It really has been. I think we make a great team, and I just love working with you. And I've enjoyed getting to know you a lot better, and I've always considered you a friend, but we're even closer friends now than we ever were. So, so I appreciate the opportunity to be your vice chair. And, you know, you said that you didn't want us to get you anything.
Sure.
So we didn't.
Good.
But we did something else. So we thought, rather than getting you something physical in lieu of that, that we made donations on your behalf to Elios, former PEMS. So here is the screenshot of the donations page that we had.
Thank you.
For our beloved chair.
Thank you. And PEMS, Elios, I'm going to have a hard time getting that name in my, it's been too long I've called them PEMS.
It's kind of a chunky word.
But they are a crisis stabilization unit. They are our number one, not private, Baker Act facility. And it is a very old building. And too many times I've walked into that building doing tours and bringing a congressman to do tours to help them get money so that they can build better and do better and serve more people. And too many times I walked into that facility to see children mixed in with adults. And they're working to open up a facility that's going to be for children, so children will never be with adults, and they never should be. But some of those kids, when they were mixed with adults, were too dangerous for the other children. So that was their only option, because their building is not made really to house children. The building that did house children before had to be shut down. So anything that you contributed, thank you on my behalf. And thank you for assisting and helping make sure that we do a better job at taking children who are at the most vulnerable when they have to be Baker Acted. And so I appreciate if you did contribute. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It's for a great cause, and it's really for our children. So thank you. Thank you. That was very nice. Thank you.
So I know we're all anxious to go home, but let's, if you could join me at the podium just for some quick pictures here.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, you're not giving me anything, right?
And while she's going up there, I just really wanted to say thank you for your leadership this year. I remember somebody said, somebody told me she didn't ever want to be the chair of the commission. And a couple of years ago, she started to show interest. And this year, or last year, she said, I'm ready. And you've been amazing, really one of the best chairmen we've had. I just really wanted to say thank you for all that you've done. And even when you assigned me to the Wedgwood flooding point person, I still thank you for that. But anyway, great job. Great job.
If you think about it, this is probably the only chair in Pinellas County history that has presided over 3 tropical events, 2 of them back-to-back. Oh, wow.
Hopefully our vice chair this year is top of these.
That's what I should have got you off.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Girl, listen. My grandson's 13.